Hello.
Unmuting the mic, unmuting the comm channels. What in the world? Oh, because for whatever reason, the Twitch moderator is like, yes, you want to hear yourself in the moderation panel. It's like, no.
Did I share it with you?
Can hear two
Oh, I
grants.
did. I did.
Can you hear two grants still, Bookie? Also, hi, welcome everyone. A happy Friday. Hopefully everyone is having an okay day. It's D&D Night. It's D&D Night with the boys and Strawberry.
Hello.
Hi. So, a lot of people might not know who you are, Strawberry. Do you want to like sort of give a nice little cookie for Hawaiian pizza? Do you want to give like a little elevator pitch on who you are, how we might have met?
You want to give a little cookie to Hawaiian pizza?
I just had to.
I think it was Emu Suckle. Emu the artist.
Yes, Emu Fur. They're another Australian artist, and like I was in their Telegram and such. And were we able to meet each other at Furdu? I can't remember whether or not.
Yes, we were.
Excellent. Yes. Wait, this year is 2023.
Grant, you almost did a massive faux pas there when saying emu.
What's a faux pas? What?
I think Barry said those.
I just mean he almost said emu instead of emu.
Emu. That's rich coming from you when you're sort of like meth.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
This is what I have to deal with, Chad. This is what I have to deal with when Code decides to be like, "Oh, you said something wrong," and it's like, I'm pretty sure Code has said things more incorrectly than me. I'm.
Oh no, I've never said anything incorrectly.
Yeah. All right. Ooh, another cookie. This time for Jason. Here's your cookie. There we go. I love how my character just.
We're just waiting for Storby to jump in too, because we've got her up and going into D&D, so we're just waiting for her to make her character. We're excited to see what she's going to make.
Yes. Yes, we are.
Why Code mean? I am not mean. I am never mean. I am pure and innocent as the day I was born.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Why Code mean? Emus are cool. Look, I'm gonna be real with you, chat. Emus are really weird, okay? Like they're like, imagine a giraffe feathered and then scaled down, if you're not from Australia and such like that. And, you know, it's in that same realm as like, oh, Canadians being afraid of geese. It's like most Americans and Europeans are going to be like, why the fuck would you be afraid of geese? Canada does war crimes. Australia doesn't give a shit about wars. And the both of them are having arguments over birds.
Ooh, this would be another. I'm actually looking at Volo's trade shop. He's got a ring here. When you heal a creature, you gain +1 d4 attack roll and saving throws for 2 turns.
Oh.
That'd be another good one for Shadowheart.
Maybe. Oh, yeah. Let me see. Okay, so Shadowheart is still there. Yeah, she's still got like 2 ring slots, and you know, we all have cloaks and like gauntlets and things, and ooh. All right, Straw B has joined in. Do we want to move on to the game chat so everyone can see good old Straw B?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do, chat. All right. Stop thinking about midget giraffe, some bookie.
Strawby, why is it that I can't see the rest of you?
I'll go this way.
Wait, what?
What?
For some reason, I can't see the rest of Strawby.
She's right here. I can see her.
Yeah, let me pull up my view on. Let me pull up my view on the Discord. You can see what I'm dealing with.
All right, let me have a look. Let me have a look. Oh my goodness. Oh, there we go.
Okay, now she's loaded.
Yeah, now she's good. Now she's good. All right, so this is Straw B, an Asmodeus tiefling. I see.
Yes.
Oh, and you got a heterochromia thing.
I really love the tattoo. Is that tattoo as well you did with the? Yeah,
green?
tattoo right there. Yeah.
Let me zoom in.
It's
There we
it's a
go.
weird thing, but whenever I do a magic infused character, I like to have the one eye with that.
No, I dig it.
Oh,
I dig
okay.
the idea. I dig the
I
idea.
I dig it as well. Like this idea of like sort of this magical influence being like physically there. Because if you look at like say for example Gale, he's got like a magical thingamadiggy, but it's only on his like neck and towards his chest. But then you know you Strawberry, you got some cool ass shit going off. Also, are you? Oh, you're just holding a dagger. Also, flesh tail, a flesh colored tail.
Are you currently
Oh.
leveling up too? You gonna? Oh, you're moving into Bard territory.
Interesting. None of us have done like a done a whatsamahoozy.
No, we're too cowardly to multi-class yet.
No, I'm of the opinion that it's not there's not a necessity to it. So, that's my thingamadoogie. Nice. Well, I can use a ranged attack if I want. Scratch. All right, hold on. Very importantly, we need to pet Scratch. All right, we need to give Scratch the pets. It's for good luck. Come on, boy.
Because everyone loves it when you pet the doggo.
Yes, everyone loves it. My boss brought a dog into work today. I was meant to. I normally work from home on Friday, so then that way I have like an excuse to like watch streams and all that kind of such a little bit better. What are you doing?
Robbie. Robbie, don't you be up to no shenanigans.
This is the party camp. Trying out all the different.
Oh, she's about to play that epic violin.
Oh, has anyone talked to this fat lad?
Volo.
We have.
Yeah, yeah. He's like checked out my eye. He hasn't done anything yet about it. I
I
think.
don't think that'll be for a little while.
Yeah.
Ah, my good fellow.
Good
Quite the
fellow.
cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
Because I'm pretty sure. Turned to anything that might help
Not
with him.
yet, I'm afraid.
Oh yeah, because I literally just talked to him. All right, so we got Shadowheart with us for the cleric heals and such. Codes are sorcerer, and Strawby, you are our warlock bard.
Pop that ring into Shadowheart's kit if you want to give it to her.
Oh, do I have anything bardic?
Since she's your character, I can't give her anything to her.
Oh.
Oh,
whoopsies.
actually, yes. I pulled out a few bardic things just recently. Where the fuck are our chests?
I'm pretty sure they're in one of the rooms over here. Nope, they're over here.
Oh, there's Mr. Withers, which we can throw people into his closet.
I'm gonna give you the thieves' tools and the disarming traps, because bard is normally like the wisdom know-it-all thing.
Here you go, Strawby. I'll give you this. It's a cap of cunning.
I've seen everything.
So when you inspire with bardic inspiration, you'll also heal.
Oh, yes, I love the hat.
So I'll give that to you. Oh, actually, if she's also healing with bardic inspiration, shouldn't we be giving her a few items that when they heal, deal benefits?
That would be good.
Healing word.
Here we go. Blazer of Benevolence. Remedial rhymes. When you inspire an ally using bardic inspiration, you gain 4 temporary hit points.
Yep, give it to her.
Yep. Thought that would be good.
Give it to her.
It's green.
Would you
Look at
like a
that,
brimmed
look at-
hat?
Well, I kind of gave her a hat already.
Oh, okay. You gave her a hat. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, because I know like Volo like gave us 1 or 2 like thingamadiggies that were hang on. Open. Giving us Cape of the Red Prince, the Lute of the Merryweather Bard, Bicorn of the Sea Thingy, and Needle of the Outlaw Rogue.
So those are all from Divinity 2.
Okay. So yeah, that came from that.
The needle is the weapon used by the elf. The hat is worn by the dwarf. The lute is one of the instruments that your character can be known under for their vitriol.
Yep.
And the cape, I can't remember the cape itself.
Radio. Short by type. There we go. All right. I think I'm good to go because I don't think I'm holding on to. Oh. Was this for? Oh no, this was gonna be for the Githyanki, or letting Gale absorb it in case he's like hungry for magic.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Jay. Alright, so main quest is asking us to travel to the Moonrise Tower, finding a cure.
Yeah, but we've also got to deal with the three commanders here at the troll village.
Yes.
The goblin village.
Which is where is it? What is this? The Herion needs an internal to tune out the issues for a heart. There might be one nearby. Alright, so Infernal Mechanic. Where's the... Alright, we saved a large bear and ended up beating the druid Halsin himself. He asked us to kill the goblin leaders. There we go. So this is what we're working on, is we need to kill the goblin leaders.
Yes.
So, alright. So I'm gonna leave.
I think there are some ways to deal with a few of them that don't require us actually doing anything.
Hmm.
Oh,
I know of one that we can deal with that doesn't require us doing anything, which I can deal with if you want me to do that one.
okay, I'm curious. Color me curious.
So let us exit.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's dealing with Priestess Guts, the one who's sitting over here.
Oh. Yeah, she's one of the leaders. The priestess is the one that could... Also, hi, Fairy Cures. The priestess is the one that that was like our potential of, oh, we can talk to her about getting rid of the thingy-majiggy in our eye. But I'm pretty sure if we do talk to her about getting rid of it, we're gonna, like, start problems.
Yeah. Alright, I'm going to talk to her.
Alright, I'll join in the
Now
conversation.
he's somebody special. The Absolute has touched you, hasn't she? Priestess Gut needs to touch you too. Hold out your arm so I can mark your flesh.
Why would I let you brand me?
It's the faithful recognize one another quick sharp. That way nobody'll mess with you. And it's charged with magic. Ordinary slobs can't see it. Only us that follow the Absolute.
Well, we can already
That'd
see
be
it
the
in
little mark on the
Brace
eye.
yourself.
Yeah, which we're seeing on a lot of people.
Actually, I'd rather not go through
Maybe
with this.
you don't need it. After all, you're special, ain't you? Like me.
She probes your mind, tangling your thoughts with hers. A familiar
The
sensation.
goblin in the back.
Just
She
walking
too
around.
carries a power. Darkness seems to swallow the temple, leaving you with a vision of
Oh.
a goblin priestess receiving instruction from a handsome young man, one of the chosen. The vision
Interesting.
dissolves away. You stand before the goblin priestess in the temple once again.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Should I sever the connection or?
I feel like if you push, you're gonna need to do a skill check.
So what do you guys think? Push or sever?
I'd push. Cause like, don't forget, we had like the dream sequence where they were like, oh, embrace your,
To you, a
you know,
tide of
thingy-majiggy.
shuddering
Like,
ecstasy.
embracing it more.
Her tadpole nestles within that mania, secure,
Go suck a lemon.
hidden.
You go suck that lemon.
I feel you in there. Digging around. Works both ways. And I saw some weird shadows swimming around in your head just now. Maybe I can help with that. Us true souls gotta look out for one another.
Hi, Fairy Cures. Ooh, what old game are you talking about, Bookie? Alright, what are the options?
Hmm.
This is Strawberry. Also, is the guest star actually working? Furry Cures is just in my chat of just, hello, other person, hello. And they're like, who is this? I have no clue who people are. Grant has friends? Who knew?
I know, right? It's scary to think that you got friends. Do you think you can fix whatever's causing those shadows? The creature inside my head, can you help with that?
A creature? There's definitely something rotten in there. Let me take a closer look. I ain't seen anything like this before.
Pretty sure you're infected too.
Eh? Ain't nothing wrong with me. You're the one who's sick in the head. No need to panic, though. With the Absolute's will, I can fix anything. Let's deal with this in my chapel. It's private. Don't want this lot interfering with true soul business.
Alright, so now we go into our private chambers, is it?
I have to go in alone.
Oh.
Smells like burnt flesh in here.
So I can't follow you in.
No.
Well, how close can we follow you?
You'll have to wait by the door.
Alrighty then, fine. We'll wait by the door. Hopefully, Strawberry doesn't follow
I'm
you.
pretty sure we can come in.
No, because I was, by what I'd seen, you gotta be alone.
Oi, come here. I ain't waiting around.
What if we just shut the door and murder her?
Alright, let's see what it says.
To clear
What exactly are you
whatever
going to do?
The Absolute tells me to. Don't worry, she loves you. I can tell.
We're all just standing just on the other side right now, just waiting.
Scorpers. Everybody else needs to leave.
Ah, okay.
See,
Alright.
all you guys gotta leave.
Alright, fine, fine, fine.
Hello.
I'll explore and see what's what.
Or you guys can just keep an eye through the text.
Hello.
Smart.
Hi, Kiaru!
All you need to do is
can
open
see him over there.
yourself to the Absolute,
Yay.
and I'll do the rest.
We could really jump it.
Psionic
Probably
feelings
could.
creep across your mind like a pickpocket's fingers seeking flaws in fabric.
Hello.
Oh. You said you went through this before, didn't you?
Slippery in there. What are you hiding?
Me?
Oh, no, code. You, like, said, like, because you knew a way of, like, dealing with this, priestess without violence or
Yeah.
something?
Without violence, but still she ends up dying.
I'd say relax your mind directing her.
Image of the mind flayer reaches out
Free
to
money.
her from your memories.
Hells! We need to fish that thing out before it eats any important parts of your brain. No. It's messing with your brain. You're seeing things, probably hearing voices too, yeah?
We are hearing voices.
I still have my senses. I'll find another way to deal with
Hello.
it. Let's make an F5 here, just in case. Grant, if you wouldn't mind.
F5'd.
Yep. Okay, we'll do get this thing out of me.
Don't you worry. I've got everything I need to fix you. Might get a bit messy, though.
She gonna fuck.
You won't regret this. Being a true
And make me some
soul,
free money.
you know the
Nice.
absolute
Hi there,
don't
Inception.
touch
Welcome to the
nothing
stream.
unclean. So drink this. It'll purify ya.
Purify. Wait, did you just... Why
Yeah,
is there an
failed the
Arcana? You Nimmy. Do I now need to roll back and do it again until...
Hang on. Let's wait and find out.
Stream's
'Cause
gonna
I
be...
think I think I did need to drink
Sweet
that.
dreams.
Also,
See your
don't worry,
Rikai
Rikai Suyuru... I wish I could say your name better. Do not worry. we are going to be streaming for, unless I get a call from work that takes like more than 15 minutes to solve, we are going to be streaming this for like a good 2.5 hours still. Maybe even more if I... Oh, wait, no, I got work tomorrow. It's my turn. All right, so now you're shackled, it said? Where?
Yep, so you guys might want to press the little button there to know what's going on.
Oh, there you are.
Absolute wants to know all
I'll
about...
make you pay for this, goblin.
You'll pay for talking back.
Bam.
She fucking bitch slapped me!
Yeah, as she would.
Gotta keep you alive for what comes next.
Wasn't even a big slap either. It was just like a bam. Also, Kiaru is wanting your attention code. He's just like, code.
Oh,
code.
what is
code.
it? What is it, Kiaru? Kiaru, what is it? Come on, Kiaru.
Do tell.
Belly. Oh. There's a belly over there.
There's a belly over there.
Hate to help ya. It already was. That creature's turning your brain into broth, boiling away your memories. Do you even know who you are anymore?
Nothing's changed.
Maybe
I'm in
that's
control.
What the creature wants you to think.
Lol.
It's gonna start eating your flesh too, changing you. And eventually your skull will split and you'll cough up a mess of tentacles.
At least she knows how the not the Gith Yankee, the Mind Flayer, whatever they're called, the Gesh, or Gish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or something along those lines.
Sounds like phlegm, like the Glugh. So the Glugh, they
Nice.
have like the tentacle
I'm
thingamajiggies.
stronger than ever, and I've got the absolute on my side. But you're on your own. Nothing more than a skin suit for that monster inside you. You're gonna be my new pet. A ferocious squiddy. All for myself.
You test the weight of the chains, looking for weak points.
You're gonna dislocate your wrist, aren't you?
Preserve my strength.
Oh, okay. Alright. So, how do I get to you?
Here we go.
So there's a door there. Also, is there anything here to grab? I have recently learned
Goblin
as...
noises.
Sorry?
Loot goblin noises.
Yes, because that's how I roll, thank you very much. I have also recently learned that while, yes, you cannot just kill...
Guys!
Yeah. Oh. There you are.
She's dead now. You guys have just missed it.
No.
Sorry. I may have left that a little late. No lasting damage, I hope.
So yeah, she got stabbed.
Just... Yep. By this lovely lady.
Gorilla Heartflame. At your service.
My
Never
master has
met
been keeping a
Gorilla
close eye on
Heartflame
you.
before.
When you got yourself in this predicament, he sent me to help. An observer. He's curious about you and your condition. At this point, you're more interesting alive than dead. So here I am, your savior in times of need.
She doesn't look like my guardian. Or yours. Your
No,
guardian's...
She's not our...
Yeah.
She's not our guardian. I don't know who she
Be a
is.
little more careful. That skin's valuable, and we won't always be watching.
Oh, she just does like a fucking Doctor Strange like magic thing and leaves
Yep,
us with whatever's.
And that's taken care of one. Ooh, some niceties.
No, that's locked.
Absolute warboard. Some spells. Let's see.
I have no clue where
Absolute
you are.
mercy. If the wearer bears the advantage on death saving throws. Mind Flayer Parasite Specimen.
You can now consume Mind Flayer parasites from your inventory to unlock new illithid powers. Look out for sources of parasites in the world, including infected corpses.
Yeah, I just
Eat
picked
it.
it up.
One is a true soul parasite. It can enhance you.
Okay.
Eat it.
I don't think I can eat it.
Swells
Well, what's the-
subsumes everything the tadpole has to offer. Everything it was and everything it was destined to be. Pure potential.
I wonder if I get one, or if this is a case of there's only like so many in the story.
You have grown your power and improved your chances
I believe it's a case of
survival.
there's so many, because when you hop out, you'll see at the top right there's a little like red button now.
Ooh.
Then it's a shared account, so if you spend it, you can't get it.
Okay. So let's see. Okay, so we haven't trained many of these thingamadoogies. In the center is the Illithid Persuasion. You can use your connection to the parasite in your brain to force cultists of the Absolute to obey you. Charge forward, pushing all objects and creatures in your path 4 meters away. A concentrated blast. You must be concentrating on another spell to cast this. If the target was concentrating, you heal as much as the target that was... Don't get that. Sacrificing half your remaining hit points to heal a target for the same amount. Interesting.
Favorable Beginning seems to be a really decent one.
Mm-hmm. Oh wait, hang on. Is there anything in these chests? Nope.
We might leave it for now until we know more about what we're doing with those.
Yep. Alright.
Scroll of Hold Person.
Donk.
Oh wow, she even killed the troll that was here.
Wait, we missed out on a fight with a troll? Code. Did we just like miss out on like a shit ton of like fun potential?
Nah, just that lady just comes up and stabs it off screen.
Yeah, okay. Sent to
Cutscene
camp.
stuff.
Alright, now I gotta figure out where the fuck I am and get back to you guys.
So if I click this...
Shared stash.
Oh.
So you're in the Sacred Sanctum.
Here you are, Strawby. Hello.
Huh? Oh.
I found
You
Strawby.
don't see me. You don't see me.
But I see you. You're right there.
Oh, fuck,
Just
did you?
go for the secret stuff.
What secret stuff?
What the? There's a...
That the jingle of coin I
Ooh.
hear? You've timed it well, my friend.
Lol, look at this
Already
short
turned quite
woman.
the profit today, so I'm feeling generous.
All right.
I recognize the crest she bears. The winged serpent of the Zentarim.
You're part of the Black Network.
Half right, sharp eyes. As then is a normal trader. Just a matter of what's for sale. Weapons and other exotic goods, true enough. No judgment, no right and wrong.
What the hell is
just
she
good
doing here?
deals and
I don't know. She ended up there because
problem.
you were doing things, and then she's here. Let me see your wares, woman. Alrighty. I am going to be selling shit. Here we go. You're just so...
Kiryu just sent me a video. You know that scene I just went through?
Yes, a little bit. I will look at it another time.
I'll send it to you later. It's funny.
Alright, Alright, so I got some soul coins, and then let's see, what do we got magical? We got a bloodied, the Monster Slayer glaive, and a gold whirlim thingy.
Where'd you go to, Strawby?
You're not keeping an eye on her?
No way.
I thought oh, there she is.
Lol. Can't keep an eye on anyone.
I have a hard time keeping my eye on you.
Yeah, well, you decide, like, the tables have turned on this one. Like, you're like, hey, I'll go talk to the goblin lady and such. And it's like, oh, we gotta talk with her alone. And it's like, all of a sudden, you're over in an entirely different place.
I got a kill, didn't I? So she's been dealt with.
It would have been nice if I could kill her.
Wow, you are murderous.
Look, it's
There.
ooh, heavy stone. Yes. Dink. Is there anything else I can sell?
Grant's filled with murderous intent.
Yes, always. Get rid of the jade, the bloodstone, the onyx. I'm just looking at all the different stuff I can sell. Faded instructions. Okay, I'm going to probably keep those. And the greased bottle is for grease.
Yeah.
Alright, and And then, let's see. So this gives me 145 gold. And I don't really have any money to pick up all these. All right. Balance the offer so I can at least get the gold.
Pleasure.
And then, thank you for the boops. All right. So for some reason there is... She's there. And then you've got Erna over here.
Wouldn't go in there. Lest you fancy blowing your bones all the way to Baldur's Gate.
My day be so fine.
Then boom.
Recognize
Oh,
Yeah,
you're...
I'm just gonna have a look. I want to have a look and see what she had. If there was anything there that I could use.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough, fair. Eat enough seas. So we need to find, like, the other goblin leaders now.
Quarterstaff +1.
I'm pretty sure we walked past one earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing really there that I need, so.
So yeah, because it looks like there's some... Alright, making my way. Me and Strawberry just doing whatever we want. Oh, what did you say?
There's one.
The true soul of the absolute, Dror Ragzin.
Or Ragzin. And I think the other one's this way. Just around this corner.
Radio. Alrighty. We'll get ready. Alrighty, so there's code. Hi.
This one over here. This one might be a bit easier.
What is scrying eye?
Oh, click on it.
The eye's glassy black surface reflects your gaze.
It's like the eye or Sauron.
As you gaze deeper, you feel a focus, an intent.
Okay.
I'm gonna. Wow. I'm reaching out to the presence.
Lurching connection.
We got Iliad powers. We can do this.
Your own image, endlessly. Confusion, alarm. Then the presence withdraws, leaving a dull black mirror once more.
Once more into the breach, dear friend. Can I pickpocket the scrying eye? Sure.
Okay.
I'm gonna poke it.
Move along, ugly.
Oh, this is one of the goblin bosses.
I'm gonna poke it.
You're gonna poke that thing? Let's see what happens.
You sense no reaction from the unblinking.
Oh my god.
I love her reaction as she goes up there, just fucking poke it.
Can we, like... Wait, hang on a sec.
Lords of hunters.
Night Warden
Carry the powder kegs.
Night Warden? Oh wait, hang on a second. I know that red hair goblin lady. Didn't we, like, rescue her or some shit?
Sazza.
Yeah.
Mistress, it's me, your loyal servant, Sazza. I'm back, and I brought a friend.
I'm a friend.
How thoughtful. And where did you find this?
You go suck a lemon furry
In
cures.
some rickety
Find some better emotes.
mostly full of tieflings, but them intruders you're after were hiding out there.
I presume you dealt with my prey and massacred the rest.
Is she a
What I
vampire?
think about that is, they
She's a
sort of
drow.
massacred us.
Okay,
But
that's...
this mug helped me to escape.
One of the
Yes.
playable
I
races.
say we
Yeah,
stick
yep,
a few holes in
yep.
him. Show
I don't
how
know, just like...
grateful we are.
She had
Feel a cold hand caress.
She had like a vampirism to her with the red eyes and the white hair.
Oh dear. Your prisoner is one of the Absolute's favorites, Sazza. A true soul.
No, a can't be. They was in the grove, hanging around with the tieflings.
Undercover, no doubt.
Yeah.
Carrying out the Absolute's will. Oh, Sazza.
Oh no, is she gonna die?
The error. And it will be your last. My spiders are hungry, little one. But before they feast, tell me where that grove is. And I may yet spare your life.
I don't exactly like the idea.
Bridge,
Oh.
please. Big old gate covered in ivy. Don't hurt me, mistress, please.
I will not hurt you. My spiders will have that pleasure.
All right, we're fighting.
I'm sorry, but I didn't know who they was. They didn't tell me nothing.
I don't know what happens if I hit attack. Oh, hello. She's telling the truth. She didn't know.
I was trying to follow orders best I could.
Silence, wretch. And remember, you owe your miserable life to this one.
I won't cause any.
I'm only like an inch taller than her.
Through sheer luck,
You give me Will
pathetic
Ferrell vibes.
worm has brought me the information I need. And it seems that the inhabitants of the Grove trust you. We can use that against them. You have a part to play in this slaughter.
Don't like that idea.
Return to the Grove.
No, I say we kick her ass here and now.
We want to do it here and now?
The fate of the Grove's inhabitants hangs in the balance. Killing
Hang on,
the
saving.
drow here would spare them, but it might be better to face her warband at the Grove itself, on familiar ground. On the other hand, participating in the slaughter as she asks may be the perfect way to earn her trust and access to the cult's inner circle.
We're not about that you know, lives thingy-madiggy and what have you. We're not gonna like, you know, abandon the Grove, because that's both druids and tieflings, and if we wait for the warband to get there, she might amass the forces even further. But if we attack her now, we should be in better hands.
Yeah. But I'm worried if that's going to start a fight with the rest of the Grove.
Guards, to me.
No, who cares? Hey! Saza betrayed us, but we convinced Minthra to spare her life. Let's hope she'll remember what we did for her. The Assassin's Touch. Nice. Alright. Ah, yes, code. Because of being alert, you're first on the list. Oh no!
Yep.
Saza's temporarily hostile to us. God damn it. I was hoping they would be on our side, if anything.
I could charm them. Oh wait, no, I don't have charm. I have command.
Oh, you're clever.
Temporarily hostile. I think if we take care of her, they won't be hostile.
Alright.
So I think our main target should be the drow.
Good.
Sounds good.
Again.
It's gonna take a bit.
And also the eyeball, because it will call reinforcements.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the eye. That's where is the eye?
The eye of Agamotto. The eye of Agamotto.
That's Doctor Strange again.
Bye.
Nice. I was like, what are you doing? And then it's just like, check complete.
I
and
was
then-
gonna be like, huh? You can't shove something levitating. And
Well, guess what? I fucking did.
It worked. I mean, it's probably just thinking, oh yeah, I'll just levitate once it's like 20 feet or something. All right, so they're doing a soul thingamadoog. Ah, damn it, he avoided my detection. Alrighty.
Do we care about the loot on her?
Why? Do we want to make... Is this a thing of making her unconscious instead of killing her, or pushing?
No, I think she means push her down the cliff.
Oh.
She seems like a roguey assassin.
She has a
It would
cool looking mace, which I feel like might be worth. So I feel like I'm gonna move like I'm gonna move like here, and then one,
Good. Again.
and then unarmed strike.
That won't work.
God damn you.
Who's talking to us?
Her. She's.
Good.
Ooh. That was a crazy eldritch blast.
Strawberry.
Hello.
Who did you go for when you created your guardian? A female or a male?
A female, but it was a human.
I think that's our guardian talking.
Where?
Like, did you hear the go again?
Unless it was
No,
Nico.
that's Minthra that was saying that. She's a masochist. She's being like, yes, again. She's because
Maybe,
remember how we
maybe.
were dealing with that other priest person that was like, "Ah, yes, you will enjoy the pain," and then he's just like whipping us and shit, and you made me naked while
maybe.
getting whipped, and I was like, "Yeah, okay, I'm getting whipped, so I can get this, a +2 to my bonus to attack rolls when I have 30% hit points or
Hey,
less."
it's useful. Anyway, what are we doing?
Oh, Shadowheart is next, so I am going to cross over to.
You might want to get her off that bridge, because if one of them decides to push her, she's fucked.
Yeah, well, that's why I did that. And then... Alright, let's see. Alright, level 2 spell.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Against this target has advantage. Alright, I'm gonna use a guiding... Oh, it's a ranged thingamadiggy. Ooh, possibly dazes your... They can't take reactions and are easier to hit. I'm gonna... Alright, let's see. We got Daze, we got Heartstopper, which is a con save. I'm gonna risk it in doing a con save thing.
Excellent.
What is her fucking... Her con is 14. How is she having such a high con save right now? The fuck? Like, oh no, concentration's a, what's-a-mahoozy save. Hang on, open the battle log. We need to see what it's, more rows. Succeeded on a saving throw against concussive thingy-majiggy. Oh, it's a, wait. 1d20. She had advantage, +3 aura protection, and a +2 oh yeah, so a constitution modifier. Okay. God damn. Why do you make this difficult for us?
Because it's fun.
Alright, I'm gonna give you the Shield of Faith because you're being held right now.
Held against my own will.
Yes.
Don't mind me, I'm just playing Wonderwall over here.
That's fine. I'm just getting shit thrown at me. Why did you get such a low result? I don't know, Furry Cures. It could be a number of things. It could be a skill issue, like Kiaru said long ago.
Come on, Shazza. Don't be so mean to us. We were your friend, mate.
Friend. Friend. Arrest them, that they say out loud. Hey, succeeded on that one, thank goodness. Deflect missile by your Dixie. If it is, you can use a key point to deflect the missile. It's a reaction, so I'll take it. And do not react to the next one. Oh, you...
Oh my god.
God damn it, using like 2 spells. Oh, and here comes the boss. He's like doing his thingy-majiggy. Added to...
Wait,
Wow, they
Shazza's
don't like
leaving.
me.
Hmm?
Damn, she doesn't like me.
Alright,
Shazza's leaving too. Oh, did we just piss off everyone?
Alivery's paid me to say everyone. Roll for himbo.
Not yet.
Don't forget to add your big
Again.
titty modifiers.
Keep going.
Go, and then... Alright, so that's you, and now... Let's see, so you're 21 points, you're 29. Let's give you the big bleed.
Yeah, there are
Try
more
something
coming in.
else.
See, there are some more coming in.
I get what you're saying.
We could probably use the cliff to our advantage against most of them.
You don't have magic missile, do you?
No.
No, I went purely pyromantic.
Alright. Boom. The paladin used Lay of Hands. Okay. Look, I don't know if she's a actually, is she a paladin?
Cleric.
I guess cleric. And then there's all this magical shit here. Look, most of them are like close to dying, I'd say. Hi there, Alvirus. Ooh.
You take that back.
Excellent.
Nice. Good rebuke there. Excellent rebuke.
I took it as a spell as well, so I have it twice.
Alright, so code is up.
You're not looking too good there.
Oh, I see what you mean. But I'm basking in What's Mahuzi's love. I get a +2 to my attack roll now.
I was hoping that'd work.
No, fair enough.
Oh well, burning hands.
Oh.
Excellent.
Yes.
Oh, you broke the bridge. So now, interesting. All right, and then.
Well, that was part of the idea. Get rid of the bridge. Gets rid of the reinforcements.
All right. That's good.
Allegory's
That's
paid me
clever.
to say suddenly, you come across a bunch of suave vampires. They call themselves necromancers.
Nice one, Alvirus. Alrighty. Let's see. So
I
skirt.
think we need to deal with her. Deal with her first.
Alrighty then.
Take a potion. Yeah, check your inventory because I gave you your greater healing.
I'm just having a look at. Alright, draw a potion. Become poisoned and fall asleep. Suffers disadvantage on targets failing. Suffer. They also wait. Why did it stop? Hang on. Let's see. Its target receive a +3 to attack rolls and spell save DCs. Disadvantage on. Oh yes, please. And then stab. Yes! So now she gets her disadvantage bullshit. Oh, but I don't have the bonus action to do the thingy-majiggies I want. Or this.
I gave you a potion, Grant. You might want to take it.
Oh,
He can't.
he can't.
Oh.
Here's what's gonna happen. I stick to that thingamadoog. Alright, hang on. Healing words is 1d4. Cure wounds. 1 to 8 per level.
Take your.
There we go. Not enough resources for that. I cannot disengage. Yeah, because disengaging is a turn. Then Potion of Mind. What do I... Hang on. There's a way to throw these things. Split item. Ding. So there's that. And then...
I believe throwing is an action.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it is.
Although you can attack the potion now and deal heal as well.
I already did like a
That's an
thingy.
action.
Yeah. And I'm dumb. Oh, interesting. So, and then okay, put you on that.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Oh, he's alive again. Oh, this is... Oh, I can do an unarmed strike if I want. Let's see. I'll do it to... Actually, wait. I can do shove. There we go.
You could have moved there.
Ah. Yep, you're right. Because I think that's where I fucked up.
Yeah, he was blocked.
Yeah, because I thought... Yeah. I'm an idiot. Sorry. They probably can't hear you, Kiaru, for the joke.
Oh, code.
Oh, no. Let's see how this goes.
Again.
A 65.
That's actually not that great to hear. Yay, didn't get ensnared. Huh.
I think we're in a slight amount of trouble here.
Just a tiny bit. But hey, at least you got like 2 goblins you can push.
Yeah, we should try shoving some of these guys down the pit if we can.
Alright, reaction. And... You know what? I'm gonna use a key bolt to throw that back. There we go.
Alright.
So she's got Wizard's Bane.
Keep going.
Nice! That was cool. Well, that was...
Get in the hole.
In the hole you go.
Get in the hole.
Alrighty. We're doing better. Why is she doing soul stuff? Oh, that's just... Oh, but it's concentration, so she'll get disadvantage on anyone trying to hit her. Alrighty, I'm gonna try and shove... Oh, fuck you. Unless... Throws a shard of ice, it explodes, anyone...
Sire, you
nice.
paid me to say I will repeat. I
Pyromancer.
can't believe code is a pyromancer.
Ah,
You can explain the belly though.
Did you hear that, Code? Can't... How, what's Mahuzi couldn't believe they're
Yes, I'm a pyromancer. I don't unfortunately I can't hear RoboZeebs through this because
Yeah, it's not going through my mic or anything like that. You'd have to basically turn on the thingy. Okay, so that would put me back there.
they're in the hole.
I wish I could like push them in the hole. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna.
Tom, have you seen my copy of the world's greatest movie? You mean 21 again? Yeah, probably fell in the hole.
Probably fell in the hole. All right. Let's see. So, firebolt is one kind of action. Hamstring shot reduces their movement by 50%. Dancing lights illuminates an area. Because the shove is just a bonus action melee. And
You could shuffle, yeah, to the left there and attempt to shove this fellow again.
So,
The only thing is that thing there is going to probably attack you the second you do.
Yeah, which would mean doing a disengage. He's 21 with bless.
Wait, shove is a bonus action. Disengage is an action.
Yeah. So I can disengage and then shove.
Yeah.
Which I think might be worth. So do that. Move to here. And then let's... Nah.
No.
So...
Poor Code.
This is why I took shield.
Shield was a good option.
Back in the hole.
Nice.
Oh, good.
That was just decimation. That wasn't a hole. That was just a void. Just bomb. Oh, god damn you. Alright, so they're gonna try and shoot me, aren't they? Oh, never mind. Nice.
The only thing is, if I try to because I'm thinking if I can throw the potion at you, but I think they're in the way.
Does it say that they're in the way?
No, but there's a disadvantage though.
Probably because of like being in enemy like range and such, so I wouldn't recommend it.
Alright then.
Ooh.
Ooh. She's just succeeded a lot of saves, despite the fact, like, because I'm pretty sure. Hang on, where is it? Wizard's Bane. It has they have like a -3 penalty to spell attack rolls and spell save DCs. Disadvantage on saving throws for maintaining concentration. Like, they should have just had like the one roll. Like,
Yeah, and right now there's not.
Difficulty was 10. Ah, okay. And they just crossed it. They rolled a 6. The Aura of Protection gave them +3, and then Constitution modifier gave them +2. They barely made it.
Alright.
What's your...
I'm just gonna create myself a spell slot for later.
Alrighty then. Hopefully...
That's really the only thing I can do.
Amazingly enough, you're full health. That's the weird thing. Monk's been having a very fun time. Wait, hang on a second. Gonna give the bonus action a try. Hey, there we go. Finally,
there you go.
Down the hole. All right, let's have a look. Because I'm doing a concentration shield of faith, increasing. Whose armor class was I increasing? Oh, is it
yours?
Mine, and I still was getting fucked over. All right, so healing words is a bonus action. Cure wounds. Gonna apply it at the second level.
Take cure.
There we go.
Derpin derpin.
Alrighty, move here, so still in range, so I can shove him when I'm next available to.
Are you sure you want to shove her?
Well, she can't. Target can't be restrained. So that's the problem there. Retreat to safety by disengaging. Jump no longer requires a bonus action. Alright, so I got a bonus action to... I'm gonna use my just trying to think. Is it the best option I have available to me? Potion of greater healing. Alright, I'm gonna drink this, if I can. There we go. And movement-wise...
Chat has come together and thinks you should do 20 squats during the break.
Alright, nah, my worst part, I just have to sit here, and let me do my 20 squats.
Ow. Now I finally get hit by something.
Finally. Alright, 20 squats, here goes. Here we go, chat, 20 squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
something else.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I gotta deflect this. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Huh, they summoned a warg.
Well, we can summon trolls, can't we?
Oh, yeah. Although at the moment... might not
oh,
be
the
a good
warg
idea,
is
just-
right there.
Yeah.
What the dog doing?
What the dog
What the dog
doing?
doing?
What the dog doing? Let's see. Warrior Druck, Warrior Brez. Rozak is a goblin boss. What are your thoughts? Ooh, nice work.
Steve.
Woo. Yeah.
Crap. I didn't think that would disengage. I didn't think she would actually get that attack out on me.
Up. And she hit me twice. Annoying. items. Have a...
Did you make sure to count those 20 squits?
Yeah, I counted the 20 squats. I was doing that while things were happening.
Turn it with your button.
Thank you. That's what... Alright, I'm gonna try the blade. Oh, 30% with disadvantage. Alright, hang on a second. So if I move to... here... Alrighty, here we go. And then...
Oh, you put the ground on ice.
Yep. So we'll make it like a difficult sort of terrain. I don't have the action to... Oh, this is going to be probably our death, isn't it? This is probably going to be our death. Well, at least we get serenaded. Ooh, what's this? Nice.
Keep going.
God damn, her saves are fucking bullshit. Oh, and she no longer has the wizard poison effect anymore either.
Bug.
That's bullshit.
Death's close at hand.
If we do die, there's something I can do that can make this a little easier.
That's fair. So, because I did save just before the fight as well, so we'll have an opportunity. Alright, so code's up with 1 health. Be advised, you are very much in range of anyone hitting you. Goddamn wargs.
Yeah.
Wait,
she's
immune to prone? What? And any nearby have +3 on saving throws of a guard and will report to others as soon as possible. Threatened. Dual wielding, bonus, defense, divine health. Okay, so yeah, she's... Oh yeah, paladin things.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Fuck this woman. Shadowheart is dead! Oh wait, we have a scroll of Revivify. We can fix it.
I'm down, by the way.
I don't know if we can fix it.
Bon voyage.
No. Alrighty. Alrighty. So, such alarming noises. Shadowheart is dead. Yeah. Well, now we roll back a bit.
Just the start of the fight.
Yeah.
I might need Kurt's help grabbing something.
Yeah, technically, start of the fight that that doesn't even engage.
Hang on, for some reason I was kicked out.
What? That's not good. That's not good at all. Hang on. Loading. Because like it only should have gone as far back as the conversation.
Inhabitants of the grove.
I'm in.
All right, hang on a second. Invite code.
You have a part to play in this slaughter.
Return to the grove. When my raiding party approaches.
Hang on, have you sent me the invite?
Yeah, I sent you the invite. I did it
Fate of the grove's
No, it didn't pop up.
Hangs in the balance. Killing the drow here would spare them, but it might be better to face her warband at the grove itself, on familiar ground. On the other hand, participating in the slaughter as she asks may be the perfect way to earn
Friends.
trust and access to the cult.
Send message. Invited code to play. Like.
Hang on, let me reset my game quickly. It might be on my end an issue.
Okay. Alright, character swapping to Shadowheart. Alright, so... When you heal a creature, you gain a... Yeah, alright, so you wear that. The
This'll hurt
assassin's
for a minute.
touch.
Owie.
Not to worry, not to worry. Multiplayer, invite, code. Did you get that?
Hang on. I'm just loading up again.
Alright. So yeah, because my character is
Nope,
currently
didn't come through
conversing.
again.
Multiplayer plus code. This is weird that this is now the I can change it to friends only temporarily and we can see if he can like join in. Do you want to give that a try?
I mean, yeah, give it a try. So switch over to friends only.
Yeah. Alright, so there's the boss goblin there.
This way.
Weird.
Yeah, I'm not getting any invites.
Alright, hang on a second. Main menu. Because it was a quick save, so we'll be able to go back in there. Alright. Give it a minute. Man, this wasn't happening like on the previous like session and such. It's a shame that's doing this nonsense. Alright, donk. And then multiplayer. No. Load game. Could it be my internet doing something funky? Hang on a second. Potentially.
Well, I did notice my Steam got a little bit fucky for a bit there.
Okay. Alright, so everything there is paused. I don't have a VPN running or anything like that.
It seems that the inhabitants of the Grove trust you.
Alright. Invite.
Use that against them.
Do you see anything?
Hang on. Yep, I got the invite that time.
Alrighty then, so wait for code to get in.
Return to the Grove. When my raiding party approaches, throw open the gate and signal me.
The fate of the Grove's inhabitants hangs in the balance. Killing the drow here would spare them, but it might be better to face her warband at the Grove itself, on familiar ground. On the other hand,
You getting in?
participating
Hang on,
in the
I'm just
slaughter
loading in
she
now.
asks
Alrighty
would
then.
be the perfect way to earn her trust and access to the cult's inner circle.
Excellente. There we go. Alright, so code's in. And then Strawby, you are coming in.
Silly game being all poopy and not wanting to be helpful and poopy.
Yeah, being a bit weird. Alright, apply, resume. Alrighty. So, I can swap over to Whatsamhoozy, give her the ring to wear. Would the Assassin's Touch be useful for anyone? It has a weapon enhancement 1, and it deals an additional 1 to 4 necrotic damage to creatures that are knocked out or sleeping. Would that be or would that be more of an Whatsamahoozy thing, Asterion or whatever his name is?
I think that would be more close to Asterion.
Okay.
I wonder if I can push the drum off.
Probably. That would probably be like the... Oh, it says to throw or something. Alright,
I must keep going.
So...
If anyone
I
can...
have something... I'm gonna...
Oh, everyone can see me if I hide from you.
I'm gonna grab something. Anyone want to grab something with me?
Oh, what are you grabbing? Where did you run off to?
Just let her do her thing first, and then we'll go from there.
Alrighty.
Let us know when, Strawby.
You'll know when I get back. I'm gonna grab what I like to call pipe bomb.
Oh, okay. All right. So, I think
you can click on my portrait if you want to see what I'm up to.
Just sit on the granite bench while I.
What are you doing with Shadowheart?
What's that?
Shadowheart's just sitting on a bench right now.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't know. So smoke containers and all this kind of such. Hey, you can. So you can pick these up. Okay. Nice. Nice.
I'm gonna send some to you.
You want me to put them in, or send them to Shadowheart because I'm locked in a conversation.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So.
My Shadowheart's inventory. There we go.
Yep. All right. So I can see the thingamajiggy in there. I don't have.
There's a chest right there if you want to maybe grab that.
That way we can put like multiple barrels into a thingy. So, sort by.
All right, I'm gonna wait over here by the drum too to take that out.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be over actually. I'll be able to deal with Shadowheart and her full inventory in a sec.
Yep. All right, then. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. So yeah, because I don't think I can do like my character. Well, that's
Shadowheart. What was Shadowheart sitting on?
Keep pushing.
A granite bench.
Oh. Was she taking that bench for granite?
This will hurt, but.
Okay, can we? Okay, we can open it, but that's it. Scarring eye. Oh my God, there's a raid. I've never heard of this person before. Alice Reverie. Hi. Hang on. I should probably mute the. Hi everyone, welcome to the Discord. My name. Sorry, not to the Discord. Welcome to the stream. My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. I am right now playing Baldur's Gate 3 because it's D&D Night with the boys, and with us is Code the Yoshi, one of the boys.
Good day.
And Strawberry. Hang on. That was a bit too much of a jerk. And Strawberry, who is also going to be with one of the boys for tonight.
Hello.
Hi. So yeah, how was your Reverie raid? I see. How was the stream of Avorion? I've never heard of Avorion before. What is it?
I think I've heard of it.
You've heard of it before?
It's a spaceship sort of building game.
Like Starfield?
Not really. Oh, yes and no.
I say that.
I'd say more Starfield. I probably would say, yeah, more like Starfield.
I was saying that with like the least confidence.
You build spaceships as well as bases and things like that. You can go out and fight an open conflict. You can play it in single player. It's a co-op game, but I know that you can do a little bit of single player in it.
Okay. Alright, and then let's see. So those are the vase and such like that. So I can't pick those up.
Alright, so we dropped a few barrels around, have we?
I think the idea is that you're meant to like aren't you meant to like put as many barrels as possible into a chest or something and throw the chest to get damaged? Or am I thinking too hard into this thing?
Just stockpile it on her.
Oh, you just stockpile it around. Okay. All right.
You might want to bring Shadowheart back once you're ready.
Yep. Alrighty then. Alrighty. Because she's holding a lot of things, so I need to. Oh wait, you already. Oh, there's a firewater, so I need to give her that. All right.
Wait until we actually enter the combat first.
Yep.
I know.
And then dink, move it over there, so then that way we can throw it. I want to say here. Why won't it drop item? It will not let me drop the item. There's just a random fire wine barrel in Shadowheart's inventory right now.
See if you can pass over to me and I'll drop it.
Where is it? Here it is. Pass it over to Coat. There we go. Fireward barrel.
Oh, hang on. It says target too far. Yeah, won't let me drop it.
Weird. Can you even
Oh,
drop
that's
it
the
like
cursed
beside
barrel.
you?
I couldn't drop it, so I just
Oh,
left
it's
it
the
on her.
cursed one?
We'll just sell it to someone.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
Voxel
Alrighty then.
Space Game Builder. You own stuff and it's sort of like like Elite Dangerous. I was gonna also go with EVE Online. That was always a fun potential. Alright, back to my character. You misunderstand. I am here to slaughter you!
Guards, to me!
I should have been...
Dun dun.
Dun 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 dun. Oh, I should have done a quick save at the...
I should have let me through the barrel.
Alright, so it goes...
Unless you can strike it, Kuru.
You go for a fire
I'll
barrel. Go for the fire thingy, Madoog. You can do it. So, because there's like...
Sorry,
She lived that.
Shazza.
She lived that.
What, Shazza? Or no, because Shaz is dead.
Shaz is dead. I survived.
And Thara lived it.
Oh my god. 38 out of 52. So, like...
Damn.
Damn.
Oh, it's because we're in battle and she's... Okay.
Yeah. Would we get anything from Sazza if she survived?
Who knows?
No, of course she holds the sorcerer.
Excellent.
Idiot.
I'm gonna try and I'm gonna take out this drum in the next round too.
Alrighty.
Good.
Nice!
Again.
She didn't catch on. She didn't realize I was still there, alive and kicking. Alrighty, so, so he's 17. So if I do a rush attack... Oh, actually, hang on. So
I think
dip is a bonus.
we really need to focus on the Night Warden, though, I think is our main target.
The which one? Scrying Eye, Crut... Oh, yeah, the drow, still. Okay. Can I dip? Yep, dipped in fire. That's what we want. And then we do a rush attack. There we go. What? Hurricane was hit for 2 thingamid... Oh, what did the log say? Hit for 2 thingamadiggy. Saving throw on Fly Chap to ensare if it's not a plant or a beast. Martial arts, receive condition True Strike. The spellcaster has it against his creature. And then the Dream Visitor said that won't work. God effing damn it. Alright. I am stuck in fire. Hopefully Zerga is just gonna...
Spicy.
Dick.
Keep going.
Oh, the Scrying Eyes joined the battle for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, that thing needs to be taken out too.
So yeah, it's temporarily hostile with 8 points of thingy. Dun 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 dun. Damn, them boulders do be gate. Yes, the gate do be boulder. Where is the sweet boy Asterion? The sweet boy Asterion has been replaced by where is she? There it is. By this cute delectable straw bee.
What?
Yeah, you replaced Asterion.
I'm not edible.
It's just a cutie. Just an absolute cutie patootie. Like, watch. I can do the, Oh my goodness, Strawbee.
Huh?
You're not in my chat right now? I can't do a cute check. How could you? How could you?
I'm safe.
Grant, since you're currently in control, you might
Oh,
want
I'm
to
controlling.
take
Yeah, okay, yeah. She's in red for whatever reason. All right, so if I go, so that's in the red.
Because you're an acid.
All right. Wait, what is the acid? What's the acid doing? Reduces armor class by 2. Okay, so disengage, and then, all right. Oh my god, I can't reach her from there.
Yeah, I can try firing a firebolt at it.
Heading there.
You might want to be careful because you're on fire and that's a wooden bridge.
I can see
You'll be
that.
fine.
I'll be fine. Don't you worry.
This is fine. Bridge
I can't
burns
throw
underneath
it.
feet and falls to death.
Throw is a action. Channel Divinity and the bonus actions I have available will not help me other than a potion of healing. There we go. Alright. End turn. Psychic Stream calling reinforcements. I didn't realize I had so much health taken out just recently. This is gonna be fun. And the wargs are all there. Oh, they got a ways to go. Thank goodness.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? We have like almost the exact same initiative as last time. Hmm? Bang.
Really?
It's probably because of...
It's resist to a lot of things.
Yep. Also, you're encumbered because of the barrel.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna give that to somebody stronger.
Send to camp. There you go.
There we go.
I'm on fucking fire.
No!
That's bullshit. I was just like, I'm in the middle of it on fire, and I'm just gonna heal myself. I feel like she should not be able to just do this kind of nonsense. All right. All right. So that's basking and thinking. Ooh, I get advantage on her because of True Strike for some reason. Okay.
Excellent.
And then. There we go.
This kicks her.
Yeah.
I mean, Woolsong, I know that the vampire is cute, but we all have to admit, Aslan is the daddy vibes.
Who is the daddy vibes?
Aslan.
I haven't met him yet.
Oh, Halson.
The bear.
Goodbye.
Oh.
Code learns about ledges.
We F5 that, please. Or F8 that, please.
Alright, let's... You realize if we F8 that, we're gonna have to go after all the barrels and all that shit again.
That's good. That means we can try it again.
Alrighty then. Just like push code off.
I'm grabbing more barrels this time.
Alright, fair enough.
I get shoved off a fucking cliff by a fucking goblin.
Yep.
The fucking decency of it all.
But Vampire BF has Riz. You know what? I watched a TikTok about this. I'm gonna blow your mind, Wolfsong Tavern. The reason that you're having like a sense because of Asterion is because of Spike from Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
We can use that against them. You have a part to play.
Well, I think he's a bit of like, I think he's like a kind of a mix of
Return to the grove.
Spike from Buffy the Vampire Slayer,
throw open the
as
gate
well
and signal me.
The fate of the grove's inhabitants hangs in the
David
balance.
Bowie,
Killing the
you know,
drow
with some of his design.
Not every like vampiric person has to go back to David Bowie from Labyrinth.
Participating in the slaughter as she asks.
And his talking
Everyone
patterns,
is David Bowie.
If
you listen to his speech patterns, the
access to the
darling
cult's
he
inner
uses in,
circle.
in each sentence, that's Lucifer from the Netflix Lucifer series.
Yeah, that's fine, but how does that relate to David Bowie?
I mean, have you seen how the man dresses? I mean, you put him in a pair of tights, I'm sure that bulge could be done really well.
We're talking about Lucifer from the Netflix like crime thingamadoogie. Like,
Yeah.
The Irish man is not like this. I'm pretty sure he's Irish. Hang on, I need to double check this. The Lucifer Morning Star. Tom Ellis. Welsh! He is Welsh!
Of my sight.
Wait, what? What? Why did my...
What are we waiting for?
What just happened there?
You managed to calm the situation down. Though next time...
I got kicked out of the thingamadoogie for some reason. Nothing was being said.
I broke the barrel. I broke the drum without trying to see if anyone would notice.
Much like your words.
What are you
doing? Did you F8?
Yeah, I F'd because I thought that's what...
No, I broke the drum.
Thought we were.
I was able to. It was only Shazza who saw me. I was able to talk her out of it.
Yeah, but then it broke me out of my conversation with the thingy, so we couldn't do like the engaging battle thingamadoog.
You could have just spoken to her again and started it.
Oh.
Did you do a dum dum?
I might have done a dum dum.
The grove trust you.
Right,
See,
I'm
this-
going back to the
Killing
barrel.
the drum on the other hand, participating.
I'm gonna
in the
break that
slaughter
drum
she
again.
asks,
All right, you break that drum.
The never-ending
access to the
torture.
cult's inner circle.
All right, let's try one more time.
I feel like Sisyphus taking the boulder up the hill.
You managed to calm the situation down.
Okay, so that knocked you out of the thing.
Yep.
It does drop with Shazza, but she's left, so.
Yep. So that's probably for the best.
And the
So
drum means there's without the drum, which means there's no more call for reinforcements.
the drum wasn't doing the reinforcements. The scrying eye down here was.
Yeah, but the drum also did, remember, because the guy batted on the drum and reinforcements came in.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the gathering war cry.
Alrighty then. Okay. So I'm gonna have her. Nothing in here. Gonna have her grab that. Check the vase. Ooh, scroll of scorching ray. Yes, please. And then, is there any other barrels around? There's just.
Oh, I've got a scroll of hold person.
That'd be useful. I'm gonna give you the scorching rays as well. Send to code.
I've got a few scrolls actually.
Mm-hmm.
How many raiders do we have?
Plenty of lashers, loads of hunters, and a few pariahs to carry the powder.
These pariahs, they're prepared to fight for the absolute.
What they do ain't exactly fighting.
All
All they gotta
right.
do is
So
powder and ban.
I'm on my way with the barrels.
not to worry.
I'm on my way.
I think I'm gonna F5 here, so then that way we have a better spot for the whole. What's Mahuzi?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
That way we don't do like the barrel chase again. Plus it gives us the opportunity of like experimenting with different sort of like, for example, maybe I'm better off. Let's see. So there's another drum there.
Oh, I think you can also destroy those ladders to stop them from coming out.
Spears are sharp. The lads are all riled up and ready.
You have already failed me once, and now you dare.
Oh wow, she succeeded on that hiding.
I tell you, the scrying eye was looking at me all strange.
Do you think this will get him?
Right. What would some
Hang on a sec.
wizard in Moonrise want to look at you for?
Certainly you won't be because of your beautiful eyes.
What do they need?
All right, I'm gonna break this drum.
I'm saying.
You should explain your
Oh,
vandalism
careful.
before anything
Yep.
else gets broken. Like your skull.
So that was Shadow Heart. Let's. Oh.
Is the police on you?
Just
Yeah, they fucked up.
give me a mo. Hey, I can give myself charm perks.
Wait. Don't roll yet. I can give you bardic inspiration.
Yay. So yeah, I can give myself either charm person or. Oh, I'm gonna give myself thaumaturgy for.
Shadow Heart, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, Shadowheart can only give herself like one of two bonuses.
Oh, you have bardic now.
Alrighty.
Failed on an advantage roll.
Inspiration.
There we go.
Is it water on the knees?
to go.
Inspiration.
This
A whole
time.
bucket,
The
please.
next time you won't.
There we go. All right, so we don't have to worry about that barrel now.
I'm hungry.
All right.
Well, to stand by here.
I think have Shadowheart come back over to the other side
do
of
a
the bridge
huge thing.
so that way she
Have
can take care of that eye.
Have Shadowheart break this real quick. Just melee attack it.
Melee attack this thing here?
Ladder. No, the other side.
That side of the ladder.
Yeah, melee attack that.
Right now there's someone climbing up here. I'm gonna wait till they're back down. So, because they should. So yeah, because they'll do a look around it. They'll do a looky-loo and things. But I'm pretty sure they're gonna move back down shortly. So, give him a mo. Give him a mo.
Do you like the barrel lineup we currently have?
Let me have a look. Oh! Okay, I'm gonna move my guy just a little bit. I'm gonna move him, like, here. So then that way you can do, like, the damage here. Or do a pot shot from... Let's see, so if he does a piercing spot... Yep, he can hit the Night Warden from there. Alrighty. Alright, now she can...
Gone down.
Yep.
Raid the ladder.
Again, do you wanna become
There we go. What the fuck? How did...
Magic.
Oh my god. Alrighty. I'm gonna keep her there. Oh, if the scrying... Alright. Oh, damn it. If the scrying eye just, like, went back over there, it would have been a real good hit. So,
Did we want to do the talk first and then start the battle, or do we want to just start the battle?
We'll start the battle, but we're waiting for the scrying eye
Before we
to...
start?
Sorry?
No, we'll wait for the scrying eye to get on this side, and then I'll press one button.
Alrighty then. Sounds good. So, because I might turn it into
I'm pretty
turn-based.
sure you can grab its attention by walking to it.
The eye doesn't seem to notice your presence.
Hmm.
Crouch down. Like go up to it, crouch, and then walk, because it'll what it does is watch for suspicious activity. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I might want to back up if I...
Yep.
Hold on.
Oh my god, it...
This calls for careful footwork.
Keep yourself in. Keep yourself crouched.
Cautious. Softer than a whisper. Out of sight, out of mind.
Oh my god. No, still, it didn't want to...
Raiders are just waiting for the word, Mr.
I think we're just... No, go turn-based.
Hang on. She's got a cat she can put over there.
Ladyship. Still ain't talking. Tell them to stop starting him. We need him alive.
I don't think the eye follows it.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna detonate it.
Alrighty.
Detonate that bitch.
Oh, nice. Alright,
Look, she's still alive.
Well, yeah, she's...
Quick, kill.
There we go. So, that's destroyed. And then... Bonus action...
You need to kill him.
That won't work.
Scroll of Featherfall, basic, poison, passing a Constitution saving throw might not be their thing. Simple poison.
Oh yeah, I'm with you, Wolf Song, on that.
Wait, I can give you a spell. Hold on.
Sorry,
Wait,
it does
will
have
you
some
have
good
spell?
comebacks.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be up to you.
Oh, I've got like a lot of... Oh, most of these scrolls require actions. Featherfall is a bonus. Hold, action, action, action. Unless, did you just give me something? Hang on.
Nah, I thought you had a slot ready.
No, hang on. Ding. Type. No, can't throw that weapon. Alright. Patient defense, disengage. Attack rolls, and you have advantage on dexterity saving throws. I am going to use my bonus action for that, just in case of bows and arrows. Alright, so that's brought in that sharp eye. So they're gonna dash. Yep, alright, so they are gonna be a whiles. And then, yep, alright, so it's Strawbee's turn. Oh my god,
Dobby.
13. I should have done like another hit to her rather than the eye.
Doesn't matter,
Oh!
she did.
Nice work. It only took us like what, 4 restarts? 3 if I didn't fuck up. Alrighty, so now it's Shark Eye. That was a good 18. Lol, they're all going there and don't know what to do. Alrighty, gonna move over here. And then, let's see, so that's a bonus action, that's a concussion.
Push skirt into the hole.
That won't work.
I'm not gonna use my reaction because that requires a bonus. Oh my gosh, so close.
So close.
I was able to move just a little bit closer, at least. But I wanted to like, all right.
Come on, Will Ferrell, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna. There we go. So he's prone, like right at the get-go.
Good. Again.
Nice. Okay, so he's got 21 health. All of them are stuck there. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna
Light on my feet.
get to the other side. I'll deal with the fire a different way. Nope. Alright. Stay there. They're just
Not on my watch.
Alright, deflect. And Aw. I was really hoping to get a hit in there. Like just going, whatcha? So this guy is still prone, where I'm pretty sure if he's prone, you get, let's see, can't move or take actions, bonus, Targets against a prone have advantage if they're made within 3 meters of the creature. A prone must spend half its movement speed to get up. Tasha's hideous laughter. Nice, nice. Alrighty. So...
Excellent.
Hey! God damn it, Sir Dragon. Alright, push again. Nice.
Ah, so close.
So close, yet again. Alright, end the turn there. Hi there, Sir Dragon. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo, but how dare you for stealing my shirt? Alright, hang on. And then...
If you position yourself right. You could try and move right there.
Alright. Okay, it almost looks like... Oh, hang on. Just a little more, like, here?
Wait, if we're cooking, I have a plan. Shove him.
Oh, hang on. Is it my turn?
No, not yet. I'm trying to get in the right position. No, oh, I might have fucked it up. Yeah, I fucked it up.
Just get him down here. Just get him down here. Doesn't matter if they go in the hole or not.
Keep going.
Piercing shot. Not enough movement. No, alright.
Excellent.
Oh, he survived that. Thank you for the peck dance there, Jason. Alrighty.
Alright, I'll move up over here towards the ladder as well because I think it's going to take both of us to snipe those two behind there.
Yeah, and I'm very tempted to just drop down there myself as a melee. Yay, critical miss.
Don't forget, those two have wargs too.
Yep.
Wow, I failed that.
I'm pretty sure while they're like on hideous laughter as well, they should have.
I don't want to hear it.
All right. What did
in the hole?
What did you hit him with?
Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast.
Oh, does that have like a push effect to it as well?
So when you reach level 2 for Warlock, you can spec into 2 feats for your Eldritch Blast, and one of them is pushing back 4 meters.
Nice, that's good. Because I normally go for like the increasing the distance, so it's like 60 meters or something crazy like that. There we go. I love how they're just floating there as well, which is great.
Oh yeah, in the hull.
I can't reach that destination. Alrighty, so 80% and all right, I'm gonna move over here. So then that
I
way
can't reach the ladder because strawberry's in front of it.
No. Strawberry.
My too dummy thick.
You're too
You're enhance.
You're too dummy thick for the ladder. You're blocking the
What do
way.
you mean it's too high? I got enhanced leap on.
Enhanced leap does distance a lot better than height.
Man, fuck you, enhanced leap.
Strawberry's dump truck ass is stopping you from getting up the ladder, okay? Blame her. Blame her ass.
God, Strawberry, why you gotta be so dummy thick?
Why, Strawberry?
The
Hello,
cloud of your
little-
ass
little
keeps alerting
fellas.
all of the goblins.
That won't work.
Oof. That doesn't sound too good.
I'll just use a meat shield.
Yep, alright, cool. Yay! Healing words.
No, screw you!
Oh, that's kind of funny. Alright, and then move over here.
So everyone's basically using Herkin as a meat shield.
Because I'm a monk who apparently that's the only thing I'm good for.
See, that would have been the case if you were a barbarian or something
I
like
have
that.
less health than you. That's bullshit. How do I have less health than you? Also, how would they get out from here? Like, if it wasn't for that ladder? Because I want to jump down and...
The host is dead, but the parasite is still alive.
Oh, wait. I want to go grab him then. Hang on.
Interesting.
Yeah,
The host is dead.
Interesting.
Oh,
The host is dead, but the parasite is still alive.
Is everyone's guardian just being like, interesting. The host is dead, but this parasite is still... Ooh, Mind Flayer's specimen. Yes, please. Pack
Ooh,
supplies.
Look at that flail.
Oh, that is most certainly going to, Shadowheart. And then... Camp supplies, sent to camp. Alchemy's pouch, sent to camp. Spider Silk Armor is a rare light armor, giving armor class 12, +1 bonus to stealth. Advantage on Constitution savings. That's why.
Give that to Code, maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna give that to
What's
Code.
that?
It's light armor.
Probably not good for me, given... No, I can't wear light armor. I'm not proficient in it.
What about Boots of Striding?
I can wear light armor.
Oh, okay. Boots of Striding. When you cast a spell that requires concentration, you gain momentum for 1 turn. While you are concentrating, you can't get knocked prone or be moved against your will. Oh, that is bull. That's why we couldn't push her down the thingy-madiggy.
I would probably give those to Strawberry as well, because I've got nothing in my spell
I have
book that...
Tasha's Hideous Laughter and Fairy Fire, so
Alright,
yeah.
throw that to
Yeah, I've
you.
got nothing that really requires me to be
Yeah, I'll take that
concentrating.
armor if Code's not going to use it.
Oh my god, you
Oh
can
yeah,
just,
I'll give it to you.
you can just pick
I've
up
also got,
keeps.
I also found a pair of boots, the Water Sparkers. When the wearer stands in water during combat, it becomes electrified.
I don't know how I feel about that unless we have, like, immunity.
Yeah, I don't think you're actually immune to it.
Yeah. That's my first and very present concern. Alright, there we go.
Whoop! Ow! Oh, Stormy! Ow! I love you, cat, but you had to put the claws in when you jumped over.
Oh my god. Aww.
Oh, Stormy, I love you, but the claws had to come in when you jumped over.
Okay, so don't jump down there, because jumping down there is death. Good to know.
Oh, cat. Hello, cat. Hi, everyone say hello to Stormy. He decided to jump up and say hello to you all.
Hi, Stormy. Hello. Hang on.
All right, so we've got the other guy left to go, and that's it.
All right. So where's he?
I think he's behind this very heavy oak door.
All right.
Oh, hang on. There's an open door over here.
There's spiders down there.
Ooh, spiders. Stormy, don't eat the cords.
All right, hang on. Do we want to do anything about these guys, especially when they've got the faithful of Mog?
Praise is ever bleeding.
Should we take a rest first?
Yeah, we might take a wet rest.
Short rest, maybe?
Praise Maglobiet.
What are your spell slots?
Maglobiet, a tyrannical deity who treats his goblinoid followers as slaves.
Trying to interrupt my prayers? Scared of a real god? You're as goomless as the rest of them.
How'd you land yourself in that cage?
'Cause I'm loyal to Maglobiet. 'Cause I ain't having my head turned by some upstart god.
The Absolute? The other gods seem to love her.
Feasting, fighting, and fornicating. Who doesn't? Absolute gives them that. Gotta know your place in the world, though. Maglobiet's kept us in line. That's what a god's supposed to do.
Yes. A god is meant to enforce contrivances and whatsamahoozies.
If I were you, I'll get me ass back to the party.
Do I really
before
need to see your
sunburn.
bum?
Alrighty, short rest, right?
Yeah, I think a short rest is probably the best.
Alright.
That took the edge off.
There we go.
Keep your distance, Squatty.
Are we wanting to get him out of the cage, are we?
I was just curious, like, what we could do about these peeps here, because, you know, crates and what have you. Oh. Just a random stool here. Oh, there's a chest up there. The fuck?
Up where?
Up here. Like, so, alright, so hang on.
I've already picked a try.
Oh.
It just had plates like silverware.
Oh, okay. I was like, how did you get up there? God damn.
Also, you might want to group back up a Shadow Heart.
Oh, yeah, hang on. Group her back up. Go down the ladder.
All right, now we got to deal. Now we got to deal with the knobhead over here.
It seems you're the only suspect. Choose your next step.
Who stole shit? Oh, what? Oh. Because I took shit. That's why. Someone saw me take shit for some reason. But that was like way back when we dealt with the body. I don't know if we have 800 gold.
800. Yeah, we do. It'll be like all of our gold, but we do have it.
Oh, okay. Give me a mo. I'm just gonna.
Where boots are you?
3 to 8. 1d6 plus 2. I am.
Are we really gonna start a fight?
Well, what's the worst that can happen?
Everyone else comes running in after us.
We've got 1, 2, 3 peeps.
Well, first things first. Let me close this door.
Can you close it?
Closed it now.
Alrighty. Quick saving this, just in case.
Good boy.
Temporarily hostile. So 1... Yeah, 3.
Always better to be safer than sorry.
Yep.
Keep going.
Really? How do I miss all that?
Keep going.
There we go. Dead.
I am all the way up here.
Ooh, cage key. Steal.
Was wondering where you went to.
And a smoke bomb and a great axe.
Hang it.
Nice.
Nicely done. Right now, I've got my cat sitting here with his head on my chest, listening to my heartbeat.
Try me.
Lol. There we go. No more troubles.
If my microphone does sound have a little bit of a whack noise now and then, it's Stormy's tail hitting my
Noted.
Hitting my microphone.
Oh, walk shot.
What?
What are you doing down there?
The fuck just happened?
I opened the cage.
Best be on my way.
I didn't realize it was trapped or anything like that.
Well, he did.
Yeah, he did. So, but all right. How about a long rest?
Do we really need one?
I have no spell slots, so I can't do much outside of cantrips.
Yep.
All right.
Worst case scenario, we roll back. All right. Ding. Long rest. Would you like to go to bed? Yes, please. Auto select. All right, so we're having 3 bottles of red, some garlic, 2 potatoes, and some fire swill. Oh, carrot, sausage, more sausage, spicy sausage in this case.
I'll do like my sausage spice there.
Yes, a nice spicy sausage.
Oh, okay, what's going on here?
Oh. It's the tiefling again.
I promised I'd be back.
Hi.
I have a human.
Don't worry. I have things under control. For now.
I missed you.
You haven't been using the parasite's power. You think you don't need it. But things haven't gone as you expected. You hoped a druid as powerful as Halsin might be able to remove your tadpole. But he couldn't. You're desperate to be rid of it. Understandable. But you're looking for solutions in the wrong places.
They mentioned they've been modified with magic.
Yes. Halsin is correct.
Right.
Your parasite is unusual. It is wrapped in magic.
Oh,
that
yours
prevents
is a nice
its
look. I
removal.
was just
Until the
You just realized the amount of work I went into making my waifu guardian?
will
no, I
kill
was
you.
looking at
You are lucky
strawberries.
that Halsin
Oh.
knew this. His instincts are right.
How do you see strawberries?
Parasites are merely a symptom
I-
of
You telegrams it
water
to me.
sickness in
I'll go to as
Oh.
well, Grant. Just so you can see.
Oh, I'd appreciate that. How do you know about these
I have kept
tadpoles?
a careful watch on the movements of the cult. Though the Absolute's aims are not yet clear to me, its methods are. These parasites are more than illithid spawn.
Nice.
They are vessels for control. The infected hear the voice of the Absolute and believe it to be a god.
Lovely.
You witnessed it yourself with Priestess Gut. That is how the cult of the Absolute is spreading.
Darn yous, getting caught up in cults instead of classic gods.
Tadpole just like yours. It is how they receive their orders. It is what makes them obey. When the order to transform is given, it will not be a matter of days. They will be mind flayers in an instant.
Ooh, that's not
Were
good.
it
Why
for my
is he
protection,
protecting me?
So would you. I have powers of my own. Unique powers. But know that we are alike. Just like you, I was infected with a Mind Flayer parasite. Just like you, I seek to be free of it. I've been trying to escape from this evil for a long time. Once, I almost succeeded. Now, through you, I've been given a new chance. You can go where I cannot, and I can protect you from that evil.
Protection would be
If we
greatly
work
appreciated.
together, we may turn this around.
Wait, is your guardian supposed to look like Liliana from Dragon Age Origin?
Huh? Me?
Yeah. Like I like looking at them. I was like, I thought it was like Lily from Dragon Age Origin, the priestess right hand of the what's Mahuzi?
No, I think it's just coincidence.
Just coincidence. Okay, I get. Yeah, just coincidence. Is there anything I can do to help?
I can handle this. For now.
Oh, she's so brave.
The power I used to protect you, I stole it from someone. They want it back. I will hold them off for as long as I can, but sooner or later I will be worn down. You must discover the source of the magic that controls the parasites before that happens.
Aww.
The cultists are gathering at Moonrise Towers. Use the powers your parasite gives you to convince them you are one of them. And when you find the source of their magic, destroy it. Go. Our freedom depends on it.
So they must have. Yes, hello, Stormy. I love you. Yes, hello. Yes. Don't eat my cords.
This is why you should get wireless things.
I do have wireless, but these things fucking suck.
No.
Also, Volo's got an exclamation point over his head.
Oh, hang on. Hi, Volo.
Ah, my good fellow.
Good fellow.
Cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you.
Has your research turned up anything? Ooh. Research.
Oh. I'm not going to enjoy this scene, am I?
Oh, are you, like, squeamish?
If you do it.
My research turned up a rather brilliant technique that seems quite actionable.
He's so confident, isn't he?
It's not too deep. Just behind the orbital socket. I could attempt an extraction. I've a needle in my tunic, after all.
That is not a needle. That is not a needle.
Do you want him to?
How many times have you done this before?
I've dreamt of it 1,000 times over.
You can say leave if you don't want to poke your eye out.
Oh no, we're gonna try it.
Volo carefully holds one of your eyes open and begins to prod uncertainly with the needle.
Are you watching, Code?
I'm watching.
Just last 30 seconds.
I have it on 3 screens right now.
The needle finds the gap between eyeball and socket. Volo frowns and begins to push.
Hang on, I'm raising the volume just so I can hear the squelches.
Oh! Shoots through your body as the needle snags on your optic nerve.
Well, he pulled back!
I have it!
The needle seesaws back and forth, plucking the nerve like a harp string.
Oh, bother. There's some obstacle in the way.
Yeah, my eyeball.
Robust implement.
Hold as still as possible.
He withdraws the needle from your eye. Then, reaching into his bag, he produces an ice pick. Volo slowly brings the ice pick closer to your eye.
Now, don't move.
I'm not moving.
Cold metal presses against the skin beneath your brow. And then...
Oh no, Karlak disapproves!
Stab.
Do you feel that?
You've upset Mum.
I think we have the blighter on the run. I agree. It's a feisty critter. Just a little further.
Volo tears the pick from your brain with a violent jerk. Your eye plops down.
Cookie for Strawby. Here's your cookie.
Drat.
He pauses, looks down
Drat.
at your eye, and recoils slightly as it sinks into the mud.
Oh yeah.
Well, Grant's dead.
No, I'm not. I'm not dead. Otherwise, the game would just like roll back.
There appears to be an amount of cosmetic damage.
I'm missing an eye, aren't I?
Don't fucking say.
I can't seem to see through one of my eyes.
Well, there is some mild trauma.
Mild.
I can't help but feel partly responsible. Perhaps there is something more I can do.
Please give me an eye back. He just has that at the ready, does he?
Take this. A far superior relic to that old jelly you were chained to. Try it on for size. And, it was very nice to have met you. I'm sure you'll sort out your little brain problem one way or another. Far away from here, if you've a heart.
He's just like, don't bring me a... Yay!
Look at him run.
He fucking bolts.
Just now you have a permanent status.
Your eye stings from Volo's experiment. There we go. I can see invisible creatures within 9 meters. All right, what do I... Actually, can I see what I look like with the... Oh.
I'm actually trying to see if I can see you now.
Nah, there doesn't look to be any visible difference between the... So, not only do I have dark vision, but I also have see invisibility. I am becoming more fantasy superior than most fantasy races. Karlak.
I'll meet out best ones bit by bit, so you always have a reason to keep me around. Guy named Gortash, politician, inventor. One of these wheeler-dealer types who seems to have a finger in every pie. I guess I was naive to think everything he got up to was above.
Don't mind me just reading what you're saying.
I saw a job, a good job.
I like her.
People I liked, doing work I was good at.
Ooh, gaga.
Sometimes I'm
I want,
jealous of that
I want
girl.
milk.
Awooga.
To feel
Awooga.
invincible again.
Grant.
What?
You know she's eternally on fire at the moment.
That just makes it more glorious when we succeed.
Energy. Power. But you've seen it in action. Very hard to control.
All right, I am going to dismiss Shadowheart so we can get Carla.
Oh, wait, tune in real quick. You missed the best part.
Oh, what?
If I'm excited at all, angry, nervous, delighted, I try not to think about it. I still think about it constantly, but, you know, I try.
Oh, she horny!
Whole infernal affair out. Get myself
She horny!
Start making up for
All right,
time.
Anyway.
Hang on. There is... I need to find a particular barrel. Hang on.
Oh yeah, the water barrel. You throw a water barrel at her and then cool her off.
Yep. You
saw the Twitter post too?
Yes. TikTok.
Are you guys trying to kiss the mummy?
Yes. Like, she's not a mommy, okay? She's a hot dame is what she is. All right, I don't have a...
Karlak is totally the mum of the group.
She is not the mom of the group. Oh, that belongs to another character. Wrong one. All right.
Oh.
Dink. Pick up. Sort by type. Send to camp. Send to camp.
Yeah.
Send to camp. There's got to be a shortcut to send to camp. Oh, Shift LB can do like multiples. Oh, okay. Dink. Send to camp.
You're having a hard time with that chest there.
Give me a sec. Sort by type.
Throw on hands.
Ooh. Oh, let me help you. Oh.
Yeah, it's medium toughness. I tried.
Ah.
Did you just vaporize it? Nope, you pushed it.
Hang on. Examine.
Yeah, let me try lockpicking it.
Only a hit that deals at least 22 damage.
Oh, it's quite a high one.
You got it. Oh my god.
Split.
There we go, I got it.
Cool. Money.
Why are we slowing down?
Now we have a chest sitting here.
That's the short of it. Bloody thing's been in overdrive since I left Avernus.
In your opinion, what's the best way to kill a devil?
Depends on the type. Ice devils hate an inferno, but that's an easy one. Orthons love projectiles. What they don't love is getting their bombs lobbed right back in their faces. Demons, on the other hand, every demon has sharp instincts, sharp weapons, and a knack for improvising. Anyway, what were we talking about?
Alright. Where is Shadowheart? I'm gonna dismiss Shadowheart, and then we're gonna pick up Carla.
Yep, there's Shadowheart there.
I had another dream. Which, I suppose, means you did as well.
Yes.
Whoever's reaching out to us truly does.
What's that?
Perhaps we truly have a secret protector.
Watch
What's
this.
Okay, I'm watching.
Well,
if you're sure. Fine. I'll...
Oh, you put on the shapeshifter's mask, didn't you?
Yeah.
Nice.
Did you dye your outfit?
Yep.
Nice work.
The only thing is, I don't think you can choose the color with those dyes, can you?
So that one
Hey, soldier.
is Drake General. So it's a specific color.
Nice. Alright, the barbarian is with us.
I'm gonna give it a try quickly. Let me have a look. Let us combine it with my armor. Oh yeah, it turns it red. Ooh. Don't really much like the red, but I'm stuck with it now, aren't I?
What is...
I somehow picked up a body instead of, what Omahuzi.
Our enigmatic visitor again. She even offered me greater powers. Given the magnitude of what we're up against,
All right, we ready?
no harm in considering the benefit this offer might afford us.
Why is there a
Could be the only
body?
way to I suppose I can't deny my curiosity, but
Also, why is that dwarf sexy?
Alrighty, hang on. We got things to do. We got things to do. Alrighty, wooden barrels.
Hey, look up here in the corner.
Up here in the corner. Oh, yeah, I see you.
Look on me.
I clicked on you.
Okay.
Alright, well, she's
Hello.
in position then, ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty.
If you want to get up
For
here,
some
there's a
reason,
path I've
Karlak's
made.
picture isn't loading on my end.
She's loaded on mine.
It's not loaded on mine for some reason, which is odd. Alright, did you started the conversation with him?
Alright, so we got some humans. We got a dead mind flayer. It's just looking at a wall.
Command you, corpse. Speak. Reveal truth to the absolute.
Oh, so they're trying to do something to the mind flayer there.
Nothing.
Who's...
Must be reading it wrong. Suga na Sukuk.
The hobgoblin turns to you, and the parasite squirms in your skull. You taste the ale on his tongue and the bile in his soul. The visions cloud your inner eye for a brief moment once again. You see the hobgoblin bowing before the armored elf you'd glimpsed before. The elf speaks of the hunt for a great weapon, and the rewards that will go to whoever finds it. The hobgoblin's eyes gleam hungrily.
If it isn't another true soul.
He doesn't speak his next words, yet they still rattle your skull.
Oh, not mine talking.
To a dead squid. Now's your chance.
Oh yeah, I got the amulet to, like, talk to dead. But he's not loaded for me.
Yeah, has anybody else noticed he disappeared?
This Mind Flayer's build is smaller, its garb plainer. A fearsome creature, yet it too roamed the Nautiloid.
Absolute says the dead squiddy had a weapon. I reckon the killer nabbed it and scooted off to that looter camp. We find who killed it, and we find who took that weapon. So settle in.
So there he is.
Weapon, huh? Sounds like it might be the artifact.
Wait, hang on, am I not? Yeah, I am. Speak dead, level 3. Alright, does it load?
As the corpse rises, your parasite squirms in recognition.
Oh.
Oh, that thing is burrowing through my brain.
Not good.
There's no doubt, this creature is responsible for your parasite. And it's waiting for your questions.
Oh. Okay. How did the Dragon Riders attack the
through the creature's
thingy?
eyes as it curses the starborn slaves? They want the ones from the ship. Darkness and sun, barely contained.
Alright. Who is the absolute?
Images fill your mind. Curved drow blades, crude goblin torches, gnoll teeth dripping blood. You see other mind flayers arranged in a serene circle. Absolute unity. Absolute power.
Ah. What does the absolute want from the goblins?
You see Draw Ragslin writhe. A tadpole clings to the mind flayer's fingers. The Goblin King bows, obedient. The flesh of his tribe becomes the flesh of the Absolute.
How do I get rid of this parasite?
Pole in the mind flayer's hand. Not a parasite.
What's your O code?
Rebirth his sloughing flesh. A new skull housing
just,
cold, sharp intellect.
All the goblins here, they don't know they've all been infected. They're all going to turn to mind flayers once the word goes out.
You see dark tunnels lit by noxious pools of brine.
That might not be good.
Darkness spreads through the earth. The sky splits open and nautiloids pour out of a void that consumes the stars. The mind flayer's corpse twitches, then collapses again.
I guess we asked all the questions we could.
You can normally only speak a few. You can normally only get a few questions out.
5. It's 5. I recently went through the D&D movie and I absolutely enjoyed it. And I just love the, like, just some of the stupidness that happens in there. It's like, this is definitely like a DM trying to deal with a party that can't control whether the music is.
The voices starts really the voices starts really crispy and then it just gets more clear.
Or the or like when he's dealing with the what's-a-mahoozy with the bodies and they're like, oh, why? It's like, we got questions, okay? And he's like, yes. And he's like, why did you end your sentence with an okay? I didn't. And then he just falls dead. All right, so this is the Goblin King. Goblin and Drow working together, but why?
Absolute's got room for everyone, long as you don't defy her. And nobody's that stupid. If the
I mean, we are.
says to take
We are. We killed 2 of them so far.
then we toe the mark.
No, are
No
we fighting him?
questions.
I'm waiting to see if there's options. I'm in need of a healer.
Spiffy to me. What do you need a healer for?
Which do I go for? There are options for me. Also, did I not turn on the extension like an idiot? I might.
No, you didn't.
No, I didn't. Okay.
Oh, Grant, how could you?
I try so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. Alright, it looks like a lot of people are voting the first one. It's like 100%, tell the truth.
No true soul. You're a damned heretic. Boys, crush him!
Well, shit.
Well, shit. No, there is no good news on this one.
There is good news.
Oh.
Yeah, we get to start off.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, there's good news. I make space for you.
Still breathing.
Oh. Can I? Let's see. Hang on. I was hoping to get the parasite, but fuck it. Damn it.
Just be careful, Grant. If you're near there, he can easily knock you off there too.
Yep. Alright, so it goes into a rage.
Oh, you're a drow now at the moment.
Ooh.
Oh.
Whoa!
Ow!
Shit.
Absolute power? Jesus Christ. Oh, they must have hit me for 27. They did the full roll.
Ah, crap.
Just dying. At least he's off balance. Still enraged, but off balance. Oh shit, people are hitting us for hard. Oh, because they're all not...
This place is a little...
Yeah, they're a little bit...
We've also got other people coming in too.
Yeah, this is not gonna go well. Alright,
I think one thing, we need to destroy those war drums.
You're not gonna like this, mate.
Wait, is she not using... Oh my gosh, she's not using the cool sword.
I gave you the cool sword.
I swapped over to a weird mace thingy-majiggy because of trying to do like a bludgeoning damage on a wall and it didn't work out. This is gonna... I'm probably gonna die.
He's coming for me.
Oh.
Go ahead, shoot me at A.
Oh yeah, I've got friends.
Friends. Oh, that's a lot of friends.
Yup.
Oh, and there are spiders down there.
Yep.
No, anything that the spiders aren't allied to anyone, so if anyone falls down there, they are spider meat.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Good to know.
Hey, Nightman. Alright, I failed my saving throw. That's not good.
You fool. Oh. Okay.
Here we go. That would have been good. Aww. So yeah, I'm playing right now with Code and Strawberry.
Hey, Nightman, how you doing?
Cheer me up, quick!
Oh, he's got leadership aura right now.
Oh, code. That don't look too good.
No.
Don't look too good.
I'm in a little bit of trouble. By the river.
Okay, so she's still raging. She gets disadvantaged. She's getting disadvantage on everything because of a weak grip. Ah. That's a problem. Could you not?
Back down. Yeah, this one we need a smarter plan on. Oh boy,
yeah.
That's everyone.
Yeah. Cause you're just there doing your.
I think one thing we need to take out both those war drums.
Yep.
So what I might do is I might move over to this one when we restart. We'll have Karlak over at this one. And the first thing we'll do when we get into battle is take them out. Are there any other war drums in the area here?
So there's one over there. I don't not in the immediate. Oh, it's my thingamajig. All right, I'm gonna. Can I help? Oh, I don't have enough Oh, because it's an action. Gosh darn it. Because throwing is an action. God damn you.
Yeah, we may need to, we may need to F8 this.
Yeah, let's F8. Well, no, because it's an autosave, so it's gonna be just a normal load. Because that was the last one. The quick save is something else.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
The gods are watching me.
And after I swapped over to Karlak for the Berserk, thinking that would be helpful. I'm an idiot.
I mean, it was.
Yeah.
It just didn't help that we were getting ambushed from both sides.
Yeah, that wasn't great. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. It's just all your fault.
No.
Yes, that's right. Cry. Cry. Cry me in river.
All right.
Did you want to go back? Did you want to go back and do Volo's thing
For the invisibility thingamajiggy? Yes, absolutely.
Oh, I'm not watching that. Speedrun that.
Volo carefully hold the needle finds the pin.
Oh, bother.
Volo carefully. Volo slowly brings the cold metal, presses again. He paused.
There appears to be an amount of cosmetic damage.
F5, because I want to see what it is when I say you knock my bloody eye out.
Try not to overexert yourself. I can't help but feel partly.
Actually, this part I want to see too.
Take this. I'm sure you'll
You ready?
sort out your little brain problem one way or another.
Far away from here.
You've a heart. Terribly sorry, my friend. Ta.
Meow. And just disappears. Alrighty.
Another step forward.
So we need to dismiss what's Whoosies. Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? There's Shadowheart.
Perhaps we truly have a secret protect. If you're sure. Fine.
Alrighty, and then
Another visit from the Golden Paladin. It said we'll get the answers we need about the tadpole if we infiltrate the cult.
Indeed.
You want Mummy Karlak?
10 air. The place?
Sleepy little town called Baldur's Gate. I was a kid looking for a way to fill my days and make some cash when I fell into the wrong crowd. Worked for a guy I respected. Through the jigs and the reels, he made a deal with Zariel behind my back. You know Zariel, right? Archdevil of Avernus. She put this thing in my chest and set me to work. Well, 10 years of that. Guy named Gortash. Politician. Inventor. One of these wheeler-dealer types who seems to have a finger in every part. I guess I was naive.
Alright, there we go.
Sometimes I'm jealous of that girl.
Come on, we're heading out. Yay,
Make
alright.
sure you swap a sword around.
Yep, hang on. Dink, donk, there we go. Barbarian clothes, leather gloves, and boots. Alright, will the shoes... Let's see, once per turn, when you dash, you gain Wraith for 2 turns. What's Wraith?
No idea.
Oh my god, what the fuck is the brain on this character?
Somewhere between over there and over here.
+1 bonus to damage with melee weapons. So that is exactly what we're going to give to Karlach. Drop you. I'm going to give you the Great Axe. And you the Gilded Chest. And another Great Axe. The less things I have to carry, the better. Split the items. So then that way I can give her a coin. There we go. Alrighty. Also, hang on. Ding. Sort by type. No new equips. For me at the very least.
Alright. So I'm going to wait over here by this drum when we're ready.
Alrighty. I think I'm done conversing. Alright. Save.
Wait,
new save, just in
ready.
case. Oh, you're not ready yet?
Need to...
Yeah, Strawberry's just getting into position.
Alrighty.
Ah, blocking that way off.
If I can pick distance without having to worry about people coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm making a AI pathing of balloons tower defense.
Hey, if it works, it works.
It's gotta work.
Okay, ready when you are.
Alrighty, I will... Hang on, get rid of the skulls. I'm just reducing, like, all the amount of shit that I have in my inventory. Sort, type... Alright, so save the game here. Leave camp. Alright, so we're here. And you set all the barrels, like, up top? You did all the...
Oh, just chests and stuff to block the way.
Alrighty. Alrighty, let's get into this thing.
The whole
See,
tastes the vision of the elf. He doesn't.
You ever talk to a dead squid? Now's your chance.
You choke on black smoke as the hobgoblin bellows his incantation.
I command you, corpse. Speak and say sooth. Lucan ok al koldek shulkokak.
Is it gonna come alive?
The hideous corpse rises.
Absolute says the dead squiddy had a weapon. I reckon the killer napped. We find who killed it.
Oh.
Huh? Sounds like it might be the artifact.
Oh, well, we already did all that. I guess. There's really no use.
Make sure to have Karlak near that war drum.
Oh, that one?
I'd love to, thanks.
That one.
Got it.
That'll need to be destroyed first up.
Have a lot on my mind.
Alright, so we got
Alright,
skeleton.
I'm ready when you are.
Swift as my feet
Having
can
a
carry me.
look around. Alright, so... Oh, there's, these wooden hinges for the fire things. Alright.
Yeah.
Do you have a bottle of grease?
No, and I don't think I have any spells of grease either. No, I've got no spells of grease.
Darn. Let's see. Wooden barrel. Oh, smoke! There's a smoke thingy-majiggy barrel. Hang on.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Yeah, you gotta be careful because they're in red, so you can't take them.
Yep. Oh, I can't, like, even if I'm hiding.
With haste.
And then... treasure in here. So yeah, because he's, like, doing a whole speech or something. What's this, guys?
I wouldn't dawdle if I were you. I doubt true soul Minthara has much patience left.
She has all the patience in the world. She's dead now.
That was intense. I wouldn't want to bump into that thing while it was still alive.
You really wouldn't.
Of course. The Absolute protects us now. But...
Alright, so he's just giving us that kind of thing, and then there's a ladder over there. Alright, let's have another...
I don't think there's much more we can do, Grant.
Alrighty then, alright. Okay, so switch to turn-based. So... she's going to attack with her main hand.
Seems the owner of that item was rather attached to it. You're about to face the consequences.
Oh, just instantly. Okay. I guess... Did you break yours?
No, I got one more attack on it.
Okay.
There, it's gone.
Alrighty.
That means there shouldn't be any reinforcements now.
Yep, and he's dead.
Nicely done.
Thank you. I saw the little thingamadiggies there, and so I thought, oh, those would be good things to hit, and they actually were.
Strawberry, we've started combat, so whenever you're
I
ready.
know, I'm waiting. No,
Fair.
I'm waiting.
Nope, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough, fair. Eat enough C's. Dipped in fire. Alright.
What's this?
And... Alright. Rage, Bear Heart. Nice. Alrighty. Let's see. Lacerate. Yep. Nice. Bleeding and 13 damage. Just what we want. So he's gonna dash. Alright, so he... Nice. Get fucked. Okay, that's not fair. 9, 5, and 2. Jesus. Alright. So there's him. Alright, deflect. And return.
Nice.
Oh,
Go.
that was a good hit too. 8 damage. And he just wastes. God damn it. Alrighty, wait, what? Oh, jumps a bonus. God damn it.
Again.
Double jump no longer requires a bonus action.
Oh, look, we're all going at the same time.
Woo! Alright,
Halak is used all their actions, yeah.
The who used all their actions?
Karlak. She's used her own stuff here.
Not yet. Hang on. All right.
She could totally shove.
Yeah, but like, fine. Wait, what? Oh, she.
Oh, cause the fucking. No, this little.
Oh, that little
shit. Yep.
All right. Swing in a large, hitting 3 enemies at once. Reckless attack. Possibly dazing them is a bonus. Why can't I use a bonus action in the action? That's annoying. Oh yeah, because gaping is that. Cleave is this. I'm just gonna do a normal attack. So he's gonna do something. Oh, she's frightened. That's not good.
Need some oil over here.
Oh, he's. Stay there.
Oh wait, she has like an infernal engine thing, doesn't she? It's gotta be. Oh, I passed my saving throw for the hold person thing. Oh. Reaction, and throw it back. Get fucked. Alrighty. So that's 80 damage. That's 70. Let's do you. Alright, so that did 10 damage. And then jump down. And I can't shove. But if she moves, then there's gonna be problems. Alright, and then... God damn it, I'm immobilized. Fuck's sake. What is making her frightened? Cannot move. Also have disadvantage on ability checks and... God damn you. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna heal her.
Do you have ranged?
She had disadvantage on things. And, hang on. Now she's no longer frightened.
Won't last much longer like this.
Of course.
Frightened again. Alright, I can heal.
That's good, that's good. Failed the athletics, you... Oh. Damn. And then that novice. And then the sharp eye. Oh, you done goofed. Oh, it would have been nice if I did it. Okay, first and foremost, shove. Get fucked. And then... Wait, why? Oh, weak grip, that's why.
Haha, have fun.
That's good.
Aha.
Nice. Alright, well, they're gonna have a hard time.
One day I'll catch a break.
Oh wait, probably not a good idea.
And he's surrounded by spiders.
Sorry?
He has 3 health and he's surrounded by spiders.
Oh, that's gonna be hilarious. Can we defeat... Oh, we can't defeat the spiders. That's annoying. Oh, I can... Oh, I'm an idiot. Alright, on my next turn, hopefully it'll get to my turn in time, but I can throw a bottle of grease down there. I should've. Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah, well.
Who knows? Maybe it's gonna do a hobgoblin thing where he's gonna... Wait, why did it not do the... Never mind.
Oh, he's probably gonna shove you. Oh, so lucky.
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
Dude.
Oh. Oh. I didn't realize that guy was a...
Take that back.
Nuh-uh. Alrighty,
Objection! Literally.
Nuh-uh.
What do you mean nuh-uh?
Alright, coats here in an oil that no. Bottle of grease. Here we go.
Try something else.
Oh, god damn you.
I need to hold on.
Throw, and then the grease. There we go. So there's grease on there. And then not enough movement for that. Wait, what does it mean, flurry of blows?
Just be careful. Just be careful, Grant. You were within shovey distance.
Yeah. When you have a chance, fire down there. So then that way they burn, because, yeah, sure, he's like 3 health away, but it's like, the spider ain't doing much. He did a lot of damage.
Like that?
Oh, okay. That does it. Wait, does she have a... Nice. And then... So she's still... Okay, so she's got a bonus action.
Potion.
There we go. And then... Getting down here. Oh, the rage end because she didn't hit anyone.
Yeah, go down.
Alright. You're dealing with the warrior right next to you? Oh, is he not dead yet? Alright, let me kill him. There we go, so he's dead.
One health.
Can't even catch my breath.
Oh.
Oh.
Into the pit you go.
Not far enough. Oh. That's annoying. Oh, and here comes another warrior.
Close at hand.
Alright, there we go. And then...
Stop dying.
Thank you.
We're trying not to, but you know, it's very satisfying every now and again.
Yep, sure. Let's go with that.
This is gonna feel good.
I can do all of the support from up here.
Alright.
Got it.
Move you there. Space. Wait for the next person.
Wait, why did you give True Strike to her?
I don't know.
I did.
You know what it does, yeah?
Allows her to take an advantage on attack throws.
No, it's you get advantage on her.
I'm an idiot.
There's a parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
So who wants to deal with the spider?
Where's the spiders are all dead down there, I think.
Quick.
Give me a mo, give me a mo.
Come to me over here.
Over to where? Yep, here. Ooh. Magic! Nice.
Long road ahead.
Alright,
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
Should mind my step. There's an illithid parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
What are you doing?
What are you... Now he's talking to someone.
Crap, I thought that spider was dead.
No.
No.
And you're standing on grease.
I know, right? It just makes me more tasty.
Get him, Spider.
Don't get him, Spider!
Get him, make him learn.
Oh my god.
You're supposed to be my friends!
I am.
Some friend fucking sell me out of the fucking spider.
Oh, hang on. The temptation
Right
of
over
just...
here.
The temptation of what, Grant? Temptation of
Oh, you
what?
can't walk next to me?
Hang on. Oh, fine. I wanted to, like, drop down.
You'd
But
most likely go prone.
It said so, yeah. Not enough resources, not enough resources. -5 health and go prone. So, I will...
It's 5 HP, you could probably kill it.
Alright, give me a sec, let me try and... Here we go. Let's see, so that's 5 to 12.
You guys do know I have animal friendship as well.
Too late.
Spiders are not friends. Just to, you know, tell you, spiders are not friends. Blah.
Oh, there's a hammer that'd go really well for Karlak.
Who had it?
This guy, I've just taken it off of him.
Hey, a scroll of grease. Fine, I'll take the scroll of grease.
I'm not coming down there.
Come on down. The spiders are fun.
Spiders are dead at this point. Oh. Oh.
Another spider?
Nah, it's a goblin. Hang on a second, can I help you out? No, I don't have enough thingy-madooks. Oh, now you've attracted way more because of the loudness. It was just one person, and now it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now it's 8.
I think we done fucked up.
Yeah, we'll survive this.
Yeah, it would have had to
Wait,
go
where's
to the mall
Karlak?
anyways. We'll left it behind.
Making me sweat.
Grant, did you leave Karlak behind?
I did leave Karlak behind.
Ratio.
Here goes.
She's at the bottom of the initiative. Ugh. We're gonna have a very fun time, aren't we? Now the question is, do I F5 here so then that way we still have all the shit we unlocked?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright, Gribbo is dashing.
Yeah, I don't like Gribbo anyway.
Mm-hmm.
We also gotta go back and talk to Haslan too now.
Yep. Actually, he would have helped us here. Alrighty then.
Make sure you take out that war drum. We want to reduce the chances of them calling any reinforcements.
That's one less to deal with.
You're gonna have to get through that gate in the maze, the lever down here.
Best be on my way.
Unless you climb up that.
Don't think you can unless you're a spider.
Never a dull moment.
Shame. Oh, there's the lever. Okay. Where did you... What's the button press to swap from, like, one floor to another?
I've got O, which gives you an overhead view, but I'm not sure for one floor to another.
Okay, fair enough.
I double click on people's portraits.
Yeah, that's what I did last time. Alright, Gribbo's dashing.
Gribbo's probably not happy that we lost her pigeon.
Yeah, she won't mind.
Murder.
Alright.
Murder.
Rage against the machine!
Need to learn the hard way.
Ouch.
They need 13 to hit, they rolled a 9. There we go.
Fuck you, Gribbo!
I'd probably move her out of the way.
Find a route.
Funnel them in.
Yeah. We'll be good. We'll be okay. Because as these guys need to run in. I like that they do like that. They did that thing of like, oh, you roll too low, but a reckless attack might help. Alrighty. Nice.
Gods, it's
Ba-da-da-da-da, take inspiration.
Alright, so they move. Fuck you and your ray of sickness.
Fuck you and your sickness of Ray.
You know what? Fuck you and everyone in your house. Alright, everyone's moving.
Wait, that line, was that from the Boondocks?
Yeah. It's been popping around on TikTok where it's like when you roast your friends so hard, or you got no defense, and it's like, fuck you, Robert, and fuck everyone in your house.
That show is, I don't know. I want to like it, but there are parts where I'm like, there is no way in hell I would let my little niece watch this until she was well and truly at the age of 30.
Yeah, but the thing is that it's not meant for little nieces and such. It's not Bluey or Peppa Pig. It is like, because it does like commentary.
I meant even when she was old enough to watch it.
All right, fair enough. All right, I need to attack some. All right, I'm just gonna make it a ranged attack. There we go. And then move her here.
Knees high.
Just so then that way she either runs down this thingy-madoogie or she either runs down into this area here with my dwarf, or she continues running for melee.
I mean, there's some interesting commentary stuff in that show, but the rest of it's just like, I feel like this was written for a specific audience, and if most people don't enjoy it, it's not going to do very well.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair assessment.
Yes, burn.
It's a fair assessment, so you're right. Because it was very much in the whatsamahoozies, the Boondocks. Basically, it's following kind of it's a cartoon with a format similar to Malcolm in the Middle, where you're following one kid in the family. And it's just like it's just a black family in the U.S. Yay! I did the save for the Sacred Flame. All right, that's Strawberry. All right.
It's one of those shows that's not afraid to touch on very sensitive grounds.
Yep. All right.
It knows what areas it can go to without
yeah.
And sort of what areas people want to see.
Because it had just. Like, it even, like, actually not important right now. But I'm gonna try and shoot this pot of fire. Nice.
Good hit.
I was worried it was gonna go down to where you and I were, and not like just the edge of this platform.
That's what I was worried for. I was like, were you and I about to get roasted just then, or?
I was worried for that, yeah. All right, I am going to... Where's my dash? I'm going to dash. So then that way I can try and get as fast over here as I can.
I used up all of my spell slots at the moment. I can only use cantrips currently.
Yeah. Cantrips are normally like the better thing to work with on the daily.
Incoming.
Alrighty, path interrupted. Alright, fair enough. And then...
I think the one character I do really not like in that entire show is definitely Uncle Ruckus.
Oh, yeah, he's like basically... Because he acts like an old white man and who's just like being colored black. That's his like thing. Yeah, I get what you're talking about. Ooh.
It's like I get where they're going with that. But it's like at the same time, it's like when I watch the character, it's like I really want to punch your lights out for reasons other than what most people would expect.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Like he is, because here's the thing: is like there's a lot of people in that show that are like, other than the kid, it's normally like there are so many people in that show that's like you are not in the you're not like in the right or anything like that. You're very much testing people's like patience and, you know, respect and what have you. So, but you know, that's how they decide to make the characters and stuff like that. And and it's how they're using it to you know, reach topics such as like just impoverishedness and some of the political
racism altogether.
That and the U.S. politics. Like how, because it was like basically, I can't remember the name of the old man, but it was just like, oh, he said he was gonna vote for Obama because he was gonna do all these kinds of things, and like the guy is interviewing him is like, well, actually, no, Obama is not gonna do all those things. He's doing exactly the opposite. And he's like, oh, what? Meanwhile, it cuts to the kid, and the kid just like blatantly says it. I'm voting for Obama because he's black, and it's like that is basically how a lot of people wanted to vote Obama, and it's like there's nothing wrong with that, like in and of itself.
Yeah. Alright, I'm going to go talk to Haslam quickly because we finished off these goblins.
Nice. I am going to do my 10 squats.
Did you want to pop it over on me while I'm talking to him?
Oh, yeah.
The ringleaders have
You do realize there's an advertisement, right?
The very natural order of things is in danger. Thanks to them.
Alright, well...
Yeah, here we go.
For those who are still around to watch... I'll give it a second for the ads to play out, just so that way
who do you
nobody's
think...
missing anything. While my cool hat's sitting there.
Which of your favorite DC characters would be in the Ravnica guilds? Like, whichever favorite, which one of the 10 guilds? Oh. I just realized I said that with the Discord muted. Out of, like, pick a favorite DC character and try and tell me which of the 10 guilds of Ravnica they would be in.
I would have no idea.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Also,
10.
something I forgot to point out.
Yep.
We can just fast travel out of here back to the Druid camp.
Yay.
Oh yeah, I know.
Oh yeah,
but we've got to talk to Haslam and let him know this is safe, so we can go back to the Grove. That way, we can get his help to deal with the other, the other chicky boo.
Yep. Advertisement's done, so we can continue on.
All right.
You did it. You actually did it. The leader's dead. Praise Sylvanus. No, that's not right. Praise you, my friend. The Grove owes you a debt beyond measure. Killing's never my first choice. But those 3 were too dangerous to leave alive.
I mean, you can praise me as much as you'd like. I need your help.
Receive it soon enough. Return to the Grove. I'll make my own way there.
Because
I can see to some matters there,
and we can discuss what comes next amidst more bucolic surroundings than here.
Because I have, like, you know, there's some very obvious choices. Like, for example, Superman would be in Boros. What's the white-blue? Azorius?
Blue Beetle?
No, white-blue, the guild.
I have no idea. I don't know any of these new ones.
It's literally just the 10 guilds of Ravnica.
And I don't know the 10 guilds of Ravnica.
They've been around for over a decade now. You've played Magic, haven't you?
I haven't paid attention to the lore. I only play the game because fun cards.
Ooh, fun cards. There's story to the cards. There's story to the fun cards.
Oh, well, excuse me for not knowing the story to your fucking fun cards.
It's not my fun cards. It's Wizards of the Coast. You fucking nerd. It's Wizards of the Coast.
Stop fighting.
Strawberry, do you know anything about Magic the Gathering?
A little bit.
All right, do you know anything about the 10 guilds of Ravnica? Like, the...
Nope.
How am I the nerdiest person in our little circle right now?
Hey, I'm nerdy when it comes to things that actually need nerdy matters, okay?
You mean things like, oh, I don't know, oh, we can save the refugees by going that way, talking to Zevlor, and then this way goes a different way. Why is there two different ways?
No idea.
Alright, let's go this way with the bigger thingy-majiggies. Like, if I need to
on,
go through... You know... Oh, wait, hang on. Oh. Interesting, I can just climb up this thing and then do the jump across.
Why are we going up this way?
Because there's like an exit here somewhere. Oh, this door. Ignore the fact that I've just, like...
Oh, I know where you're going.
Where's...
Card, yep. You didn't have to go that way.
Oh, I didn't... Oh, hey, pull... Oh, is this where, Code was earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh.
God fucking damn it.
Follow the other Dragonborn.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, hold on.
Wait for me!
Well, maybe my invisible eye will see something cool. So,
where the fuck are you guys?
Also, what the?
Circles with moons and stars.
Ooh, hang on.
This must be the seal mentioned in that journal.
All right, hang on. Where I need to find a thingy-majiggy with the moon thingy. So, because I need to know, because it's going to be in the fesh. All right. Okay, so. Ah, wait, no, that doesn't. It's all just moon there. You go suck a lemon, furry cures. I thought this. Okay, so 2 at the bottom. So 2, 2, 2, and then 1 at the front. There's
a very easy way to explain this. Put all the black ones on one ring.
GrantZeebs is a cutie.
Oh, hang on, so I need to... There we go, and then...
Something over there.
There we go.
This goes very far down. We'll have to go in to see the bottom.
Oh, so okay, cool. So it opened that thingy-majiggy. Thank you for the hint. I'm gonna be real. I don't know where you got this.
Those, like,
oh, there's a lever over there.
What? All right, hang on a second. Let me. Where is?
Attention.
What does that do?
Oh.
Oh, well, pull the lever again. There we go.
Where did you find the lever? Oh, never mind.
Toes.
Perception.
Yeah, see, we're smart.
To do.
Are you now?
They'll catch a break.
Actually, one of you did help me with the puzzle, and I was just like, oh, I know how to do the thingy-majiggy when you asked it like that thingy-majiggy.
I saw you reading too deep into it. I'm like, It's just a case of roll the things.
Yeah, I should have. Because I knew it was like something to do with the moon. That was my thing.
This is one of those moments where the Snakey, the theme song, should be playing.
What a thrill.
With violence and silence in the night.
I don't know all the lyrics, I'm sorry to say.
What a thrill.
Pick up and add
searching and I'm melting to you.
And then...
What a thrill in my heart. With your soul supreme. Oh, I failed that one. I give my life, not for honor, but for you.
Back the barrel.
No, we need that.
He wants it. He wants it for Mommy Karlak.
Exactly. Thank you. Also, where is my inventory of like barrels? Where did it go? I've been picking them up, and they're nowhere in the. Unless, hang on a sec. Sort by type.
Ah, shit. I went down the stairs.
Who the fuck is that?
I have no clue now.
My, what manner of place is this?
Help.
A path to redemption? Or a road to damnation?
Is this like the Underdark?
For your journey is just beginning. What would suit the occasion? The words to a lullaby, perhaps. The mouse
Looks like Prince Charming
smiled
Vatan.
brightly. It outfoxed the cat. Then down came the claw. And that, love, was that. They do know how to write them in Cormier, don't they? Well met. I am Raphael. Very much at your service.
Huh, I didn't know they had 19th century.
Am I talking to the mouse or the cat?
Neither. The fox, rather. Hiding, in a word. A silent observer, about to break the silence. Of course. What I have to say merits some privacy, as well as some more, let's call it, refinement. This quaint little scene is decided.
We probably should have had him. What's Mahuzi with us for this one? Shadow Moon.
Come.
She probably.
You mean Shadowheart?
Shadowheart.
Ah, fuck.
Like a flashbang, CSGO.
Thank you.
Okay.
Middle of somewhere.
Where the shot are we?
Can you be more specific than somewhere?
The House of Hope.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon, Blue. Oh, Blue.
Come to feed.
You know Magic the Gathering, don't you?
Go on, partake.
What's the blue and white guild called?
After all, it might just be your last.
Are these theatrics leading somewhere?
I'm hungry.
Are you not entertained? Well, far be it from me to disappoint.
If he pulls out 3 magic orbs and then asks you to...
Oh.
You're kind of bad, though.
What's better than a devil you don't know?
The devil you know, but...
I kind of figured he looked familiar to the painting that was above his head.
I had that moment of, we're in hell because of the whole painting above.
Conceivably. But a savior, that's for certain.
I feel like Karlach is gonna say something at some point. Why would you help me?
Because my compassion is boundless. I stride among the needy, giving comfort where I can. And you're in dire need. 1 skull, 2 tenants, and no solution in sight.
Seems everyone wants to do...
Like that.
I love how my dwarf is just like, Look, yeah.
Where am I in all of this? Why am I not here?
Actually, where are you? I
don't think he likes dragon.
You're mad if you think I'll make a deal with the devil.
And what is madness but a denial of reality? Still, I have a feeling you'll change your mind.
Would he be like one of the bigger of the demons? Like, if because of his name, Raphael, and like the biblical, like, link to Raphael the angel?
And steal, exhaust every possibility until
Maybe.
none are left.
Hmm.
And when hope has been whittled down to the very marrow of despair, that's when you'll come knocking on my door. Hope. Such a tease.
There's a little bit of irony of a demon or the devil like trying to tell a tiefling, "Oh, hey, you wanna get me to help you, right? Like, what's the worst that can happen?"
I'll rip out your mocking tongue.
Ah, yes, the tongue. Yet another piece of pleasurable anatomy you'll soon have to do without. All those pretty little symptoms, sundering skin, dissolving guts, they haven't manifested yet, have they? One might say you're a paragon of luck. I'll be there when it runs out.
He doesn't know about our guardian or anything like that. He's very much thinking it's like a normal... He's probably thinking it's very much still like the same sort of what's-a-mahoozy as all the other times people get infected.
Yeah, I don't think any of them realize.
Yeah. All right. Before we go oh, we can't reach there because the lockpicking thing. All right. Hang on. So I am going to swap to camp for a second, so we can grab what's-a-mahoozies. Oh, this is an entirely different way of looking at camp. I wonder if Karlach is going to say anything about the devil.
Can't believe that devil just took us into the hells with a snap of his fingers. If I see him again, I'll wring his neck.
Noted. Was that the hells? How could you tell?
My engine stopped fuming for one. But even without that, I could just feel it. Raphael was his name, right? He's trying to lure us into a game he knows we can't win. I'm not playing. Glad you're not either.
Nice. Good to know.
Yeah, I don't think any of us wanted to play that game.
Sounds boring. Oh, fine. I'll be here eating.
Thank you, Bestest
Oh,
Boy,
Bestest
for the
Boy, thank
tier 1
you.
gift sub to Icy.
Thank you for the gift sub to Icy. Congratulations, Blue. You get to use my fun emotes. Also, Blue, what's the name of the blue-white guild? The one with the one that's like the investigators or what have you. Not the Boros, the blue one. Where is Shadow? What's-a-mahoozy? There she is. And you get to have all these fun emotes.
No matter. We've dealt with every other oddity threat. Now, he knows our secret. He claims he can help. What do you make of him?
Time to use our connection. Hey, I get a bardic roll. Excellent. I very much needed it.
Anticipation.
The one.
She's testing you somehow.
I was just clicking real fast. This is just a reactionary thing when I'm in RPGs. I read too quickly because of like just binging through books and mangas in the past. So I'm just sort of like passing all the adjectives and being able to just be like noun, verbs, go.
Actually, yes, you're right. Very intuitive. Clearly the devil was trying to sow doubt among us.
He was.
He's clever. My order uses the same tactic when dealing with enemies of Shah. You don't need a scourge or a rack to break people. Fear and self-doubt are sufficient. When actual pain comes, the victim's already done the heavy lifting for their torturer. There were no right answers with that devil. He was toying with his food. Us.
So who are Shar's enemies? Who receives this treatment?
There are many, but they all renounce their gods when they are taught fear. Watch out for that devil.
Uh-huh. Join me.
All right, some company wouldn't hurt.
All right, she's with us. Oh, who are you talking with?
Yes, they offer you an apple, but they're the worm that lurks within. I think he wants something from us, badly. And in that knowledge lies our opportunity.
I'm guessing Gale is all for trying to use the devil somehow.
Our souls. But I suspect that's but his opening offer.
Let me play the devil's advocate. The man is too eager. Do not dismiss his offer out of hand.
If there's one quality all the denizens of the Hells embody, it's ambition. A quality they share with many humans, come to think of it. I'm the foggiest. But, based on the evidence before us, we can make certain deductions as to why he sought out our merry band. Fact one, there's something very strange and very powerful about our tadpoles. Fact two, a devil offers to take it away. Devils aren't known to aid mortals out of simple kindness. Whatever Raphael wants, we must be the key to getting it, along with our tadpoles. So,
makes
for
sense.
now,
yeah.
We wait. If I'm right, Raphael will seek us out again, and when he does, there's a mighty bargain to be made. Remember his Cormyrean rhyme? Down came the claw. Perhaps we should start growing our nails.
Clever.
Well, I am a dragon, so, you know, my nails are kind of already grown out.
Yeah, but the thing is that we need to be very mindful of the whole, oh, let's just... Thank you for the hyper himbo, bestest boy. We need to be very mindful of the, like, we can probably trick the devil, because two things stories with devils have taught us. Number one, evil. Number two, you are going to put yourself in more trouble trying to trick the devil than you know, just doing the devil's thing entirely. So your better option is to always just never approach him.
I mean, let's not forget about the tale of Faust.
I'm not familiar with that one, so you're gonna need to tell me about it.
The tale of Faust, the man who wanted knowledge unbecoming. He made a deal with the devil, what was it? Mephistopheles? Something like that. He got the knowledge he wanted, but it was rather too much for him to contain.
Okay.
Hang on, let me pull up the actual story. Faust.
Do you have any anecdotal stories of stories about devils, Strawberry?
Raised by Aboriginal parents, so there is a lot.
Well, fair enough. Like, that's definitely unique from my upbringing. I'm just white Anglo-Saxon kind of shit, so I don't have any of the good stories from Aboriginals and such like that. The most I can recall is there was a snake from space, and it got something cut up or something. I'm terrible with remembering them.
I've got the thing if you want it. So it's called the Faustian Bargain, a pact where a person trades something of supreme moral or spiritual importance, such as personal value or the soul, for some worldly or material benefit, such as knowledge, power, or riches. In terms, refers to the legend of Faust, or Faustus, or Dr. Faustus, a German folklore and literature who agrees to surrender their soul to the evil spirit, or to an evil spirit, in some testaments known as Mephistopheles or Mephisto, or a representation of Satan, a certain period of time in exchange for otherwise unobtainable knowledge and magical powers that give him access to the world's pleasures. Faustian's bargain is made with a power that the bargainer recognizes as evil or immoral. Faustian bargains are by nature tragic or self-defeating for the person who makes them, because what they surrendered is ultimately far more valuable than what is obtained, whether or not Bargainer appreciates the fact.
Okay. Yeah, so from there, so Faustian, like, that also brings in things like stories such as, like, Monkey Paws Witch and such. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I figured we could use a short rest quickly. Might as well leave the camp.
Yep, fair enough. So, because we got her now, so... Saloon's thingy-madoogie. Cookie for bestest boy again. Thank you for the 69 bits earlier.
May the darkness protect you.
No. So you don't help us there. Okay, so there's magical shit. And...
did you just kill a Minotaur?
Me?
No.
More effort than a pit of spite.
Strawberry.
Credit where it's due.
So he's supposed to walk up and show off that these giant towers shoot.
I am so lost by what you were talking about, sorry.
There was a Minotaur over there, and Strawberry just killed it.
Well, no, actually, these did. The big glowy things.
Oh, so we got to deactivate those big glowy things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing it's got to do with this statue.
Alright, so... Wait, glowy thing, so...
Well, there's a waypoint in here. Alright, there's a lever right there, which I'm guessing will lower the gate, but if we go to walk out, we're gonna be fucked.
Dunk, send to camp. Also, there's a, so we can teleport back here if we ever need to.
Oh, we can? Good.
Yeah, so just over here. So, what does it say? Where does it say we are? A Saloon's outpost, or... Yes, Salionite outpost of, what's-em-who's.
Yeah, but don't forget, Shadowheart's god is, Shah, not Saloon. They're different sisters.
No, yeah, but they're sisters still, so and there's like a whole, you know, thing about that. Hi there, Avalon. Bold Gaze 3. Close, Avalon. None of us are bold yet. This is what's-em-whoosies, Boulder's Gate 3. I honestly did have like a worry in alright, turn on that brazier.
Hang on.
Turn on that brazier. Hello there, Avalon. You're saying hang on, what's up?
But look, the mural's lit up when you lit up those braziers.
Oh yeah, the thing on the, like, in behind them, or elsewhere you're talking about?
No, the ones behind them.
Okay. Because, like, there's other braziers around. Like, there's another one here. So if I light them up, and then... let's see what happens. So there would have to be something. Medium toughness. All right, so we're not going to be able to pick that open. I think I gave Strawberry my my lockpick and disarming tools. So.
Oh, I found a key.
What? Where are you?
I'm up here. I think I know what you're for. Ah!
You were able to think it? You can alt-click to ping stuff to other players. Oh! That's helpful. Dink.
Okay, this gilded chest is locked.
Alright, light up this brazier.
I've got no thieves' tools for this one, so... Whoa, hello.
Well,
Hi.
Strawberry just got there another way.
She's all like, I don't want any of your damned Girl Scout cookies.
Step carefully.
Oh.
There's a trap.
You have disarming tools, right?
Yes.
I don't have any.
Oh, thieves' tools in here.
I'm gonna stand back over here.
Boom.
How did I save the kaboom and you were... Oh my goodness.
See, that's why I stood back.
I survived it, she didn't, and I got pushed back. Bestest boy.
Who wears medium armor?
That would most likely be Shadowheart.
Oh, that's actually great for her. Give her that.
Shadowheart. And then tab. And then close this. Where's the armor? There it is. Yep.
Yee.
There is work to do.
There we go.
Worth a rummage?
Another medium armor.
Who farted in my stream? God damn it, code. Helmet of Smitting.
What? I couldn't help it. I
smites. Oh, this is for a paladin.
Yeah.
So.
Smitting.
Sense camp.
Is it smiting or smitten?
Smiting.
I'll smite you while I'm fucking.
Alright, sent to camp. Okay, so that's a lot of the thingamadiggies turned on.
Let's see what we have here.
So
hold up.
Wait a minute.
Look at the gate here. There's two objects sitting right here above the gate, which are exactly located where those things are.
Yep.
I'm wondering if there's a way for us to either seal them or redirect them.
Herkin Durkin will be the first one to go down in the next fight. All right, put your predictions into the chat, peoples. Let's see what people say. Oh, is there anything in the Skelly Boy? No, there isn't.
I'll see one thing real quick.
Yep.
Look where the light's coming from.
Because it's like going through and it's coming from... Is it meant to be coming from that thing there? Hang on.
Is that blood?
Dink.
No, never mind.
Oh.
Did it?
Why are you fucking smart?
Well, that was honestly like my first choice for a while. I just didn't want to do that immediately is all.
Yeah, sure, you fucking smart ass.
You know what I think?
What?
Strawberry thinks they're... Oh, what the... Missed.
Well, I'm glad you didn't hit me with that.
Oh, there's the
I'd be very
Minotaur.
upset. No, my bull boyfriend.
Find a way to Moonrise Towers. The Dream Visitor told us to go to Moonrise Towers. We might find answers there about the parasite. Oh, so at one point we probably need to go back to the guild and shit like that.
Oh yeah, we'll have to go back to the druid camp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe should we teleport over there or? Because we're kind of in the Underdark at the moment.
Yeah, and it's like a lot in this Underdark.
I think a lot that we're probably not prepared to.
They must thrive in the dark.
What's happening?
Oh, hello. What's this?
A slender drow blade impales the stone before you, keeping a silent vigil.
Oh, intelligence check. Please give me guidance. Yes!
Oh, nicely done.
This blade was a warrior's sacrifice to Illustray. Blood can only be honored with blood.
Shred a shoot drops of blood on the stone then.
The drow script inscribed on the blade flickers and glows, It rises from the
If you
stone,
fail at it, I'll have a go.
hanging in the air and
I don't think I'm failing it right now. I'm getting a cool.
All of a sudden, it whips around and cuts your head clean off.
Help!
Oh, that.
I'm talking to someone.
Oh. Yunk.
Oh, how sensual.
A versatile long sword. I am not proficient with long swords. 6 to thingamadoogie.
I'm in a conversation.
Oh, not to worry.
No, like, tune in, because it's... Help.
What? Oh.
Edie's being attacked in the mind.
I would say still your mind.
You're coming.
Oh,
Why did I smile when he said I'm coming?
You're coming.
Hang on.
Baby!
I just had to play like the cyberpunk sound. There. Just they're coming.
I want to do this. I need to do this real quick.
All right, what are you doing real quick? Good yeet. Impressive
What did
yeet.
you hit with that? What did you hit?
Nothing. They
Nothing?
just yeeted it. What's the Trimesque?
I don't think it's a good idea for us to walk through those spores.
Give it a sniff.
Trimesques, known to cause confusion. Let's not get too close.
Noted.
Thank you, forehead man.
Ow.
Why did we enter?
Oh, shit. Shit.
What did you do?
Get away from that.
No time to
You might want to move,
It's not letting me.
Shadowheart,
It's not
Grant.
letting me move her.
Okay.
Onward.
There we go.
Alright, what now?
I didn't think it was gonna jump where I was.
Well, prediction came true. Who voted yes?
Me.
I honestly thought that wasn't gonna happen. Like, with us so close to, like, it's 9:30 and such. I was like, oh, we're not gonna get into a fight anytime soon.
Again.
Oh my god.
Have to keep going.
I feel cheap.
Grant
Done fucked. Yeah, give me a second, give me a second. Sacred Flame. Nah, it's did a saving throw on the Sacred Flame. No resistances, Dark Vision, Territorial. It's a Bulate. Yay for the Land Shark.
We should have, like, gone back to talk to Halson and the Druids.
We should have. I will be real with you.
Yeah. Maybe once we kill this thing, we'll go back.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, that has a lot of
Really?
health.
How do I miss that?
Nice. I'm just trying to Oh wait, hang on. Healing words. I could.
Bloom, 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 bloom.
There we go.
And now it's gonna turn around and clap you.
Give me a minute.
Oh, do I have another? Oh no. My bad.
Need to find a way forward.
Nice. Cool. It was a critical miss.
Critical miss. Alright.
Um.
I'm just gonna stay over here, way out of the range of that thing.
You've made a grave mistake.
Let's end this.
Oh, what? It missed? Great.
Did clap you again?
Give me a second. Too heavy to shove. Of course it was.
Grant getting them cheeks clapped.
Yep. Oh boy.
It's gone.
Oh, like legitimately gone?
Yeah. It's gone back to its home.
Alrighty then.
All right, let's warp back out, shall we?
Yep. Alrighty. All right. Map. And we're heading back to the Emerald Grove environs. Hopefully I said that correctly.
Crap, I went to the wrong one.
And she didn't teleport with us because I was an idiot.
Oh, Grant.
Still alive.
I gotta get back to Cleveland before he realizes I'm not in bed. Donna.
Grant, before you go any further.
Yeah.
Grant. Group.
There we go.
Good boy.
Oh, wait, I'm not going.
Donna!
Donna!
I have to get back to my cosplayer before he knows how to, before he has to do
A
math.
scout just reported. The goblins' leadership has been decimated. We might escape this place yet.
Excellent.
I took a collection from all of us. It isn't much, but you've earned it.
Thank you.
It's not enough, but it's all we have.
Halsin will likely want to thank you too, mind.
Nice.
He returned just a while ago. I believe he's catching up with Korga. As for us...
No armies at our heels. Amazed. But perhaps we need not speak of farewells. We'll join your camp tonight to celebrate if you'll have
Ooh. We'll see you there.
We did it.
You saved us! Just like Baldy
Brand?
Ron!
Give me a sec.
You see this man right here? Do not go attacking this man.
Which man? The deer.
No. The man trying to sell his goods.
Yep, okay.
Is kept by Sylvanus's faithful.
Because you're busy.
Watching you, Grant.
You're busy. Yeah, I'm not gonna start trying to knock him out or anything like that.
Well, let me riz him up real quick. Hey, handsome.
Alright, hang on a second. Dunk.
How do I sell wares?
I don't know if there's
What's
like an easy button for it. Where is Shadow? There you are again.
Shah's blessings upon you. If you're sure. Fine.
Back to Karlach.
Yeah?
Heavy armor, light armor, medium armor, no robes.
Yeah, because robes don't normally, like, unless you're a magical person, like, they're not gonna do anything. So, you need magic robes, and no one's gonna sell magic
Thought I
robes.
sensed an infernal around here. But you aren't from Elturel.
Ooh, Damon knows about,
I spent a good bit of time in the hells.
about this, like, infernal thingy.
Archdevil Zariel.
Because he's from
Same
there.
as you, I suppose, if you're from Elturel. The devils were delighted when your city was swallowed up. I thought they had you for keeps. Glad you got out.
I got lucky. Looks like you did too. And...
Why does AC66 insist on flashbanging me every time? I don't know, Avalon. Maybe that's your filter. Is not difficult bosses, just flashbanging you because you need to have lights in your room. Who knows?
Might be burning out a piston ring or leaking oil. Mind if I take a listen?
Be my guest. But don't get too close or your eyes will melt shut.
Ooh, there's a little bit of blood billing.
Phew. You really are burning up. Whoever put that engine together tried to house metallurgized Demono valves inside a Ragnak's alloy casement. Very risky.
That's a lot of mechanical engineering I don't understand.
Infernal iron. And a prayer that my hammer will survive the work. That thing isn't meant to operate outside of Ernest. I'm not sure how much longer it'll keep running the way it's going.
Will you be able to turn down the temperature a little? Worried I'm gonna go in for a handshake and singe someone's arm off one of these days.
I'd worry about surviving the night first.
But help one, help both. If we can cool you off, it'll stabilize your engine and allow you to touch whomever you please.
Yay. Where? What? What?
Keep it in your
sensed
pants.
Some during our travels. It has a pull to it. Absolutely magnetic, once you know what you're looking for. I can show you where I'd look.
That'd be very appreciative. We'll keep an eye out for iron.
Plenty of weapons and armor in stock if you're looking to load up.
Alright, so he's got a safeguard shield, hunting short bow, chain shirt 1, javelin, scale, padded, short bow, hand bow, scale mail +1. A warhammer +1. Great club. A battle axe +1. Ring mail armor. No AC bonus, not proficient with heavy. Yep, that's to be expected. Alrighty. And that should be... Gosh, the temptation. Oh, this does a melody. For some reason, this longsword has a Pilar Aluvi melody to it. That might be useful for you, Strawberry.
Huh?
Like the longsword that I picked up back in the Underdark. It might have been more suitable for you than for me.
Awkward, I can't use it.
Oh, you can't use longswords?
No, I'm a warlock first.
Oh, okay. Awkward.
Damn druids. Who uses wooden tools?
Alrighty, so now we gotta go find the whatsamahoozy, the
Aslan's probably down in the main circle.
Yep. Oh, the strange ox. Are they gonna say anything different?
No. Same thing.
Oh, okay.
Nope. Something's happening down here.
Well, don't go too far.
Excuse me, real
I
quick.
was
waiting
There's a
for you
place I need to
down
go
here.
to.
Alright, you do your thing. I'll wait for you down here. Items.
Nomin.
Sort by type. Ooh.
Okay.
All right, we ready?
Alrighty.
Outsiders bring only chaos.
And what have you brought? Harmony? Balance?
Don't go too
Who
far.
wants to
'cause
talk to him?
I would prefer to talk.
You took it upon yourself to undertake the rite of thorns. I ought to exile you from this place. Forever. Instead, I shall listen to the explanation that you owe me.
I owe you nothing. Goblins swarmed us like roaches while you stumbled after the past. You chose to abandon us. I chose to protect us.
Silence! The rite has been ended. I will allow you to stay, but consider yourself a novice anew. You have forgotten the ways of the druids, our place in the natural order. You shall learn it all once again, right here. Backslide, and nature's fury will crush you.
As you wish, Master Halsin.
She has a thorn in her side.
And a real
More than
stick
one?
up a bum.
A misjudgment. One that should weigh heavily upon her. But the Grove still needs her passion. You will soon see why. But enough of that for now. I owe you my thanks. The Grove stands. Nature prevails. And again, I am in your debt.
Neat.
Speak to Wrath. He will reward you for your efforts.
Oh, my eye is different.
Yeah, it's a slight tint of green.
Yeah, there's a slight tint even in like where the whites of the eye is normally.
The journey to Moonrise Towers, and all the dangers that entails. But that's tomorrow's problem. Take some time for yourself tonight. Rest, celebrate. Come morning, I'll be by your side.
Nice.
Ooh, you'll be by my side, huh?
Keep it in your
I
pants.
died my armor.
No, fuck you.
You think you saved us? You just prolonged the inevitable. Sooner or later, other outsiders will bring trouble to the Grove.
I think Wrath is down here in the,
But the Grove is changed.
Yep, there he is.
The days ahead won't be easy.
Oh, so you've gone into the thingamadook?
Yeah, I'm just speaking to him now.
Oh, there he is.
Took in those trays and
You done it. You brought Halcyon back. Thank you.
Nice.
As am I. The Grove will be whole again. And I promised you a reward, didn't I? Let me show you on your map where you can find the cache. Take this rune. You'll need it.
It will be funny if it's opening a place we've already been to.
Library. When the wolf glows brightest, everything in the
Nah,
vault
but
below
you've been here.
will be yours.
Okay. I'm pretty sure we have, yeah.
Master House.
There's a parasite nearby. You should take a closer look.
What? Where is it saying there's a parasite?
Those devils either.
In the room over here, I picked it up.
If it had been up to
Remember where
they would never have been here.
Druid lady spoke to you?
No, we never spoke to her.
Oh!
Gasp. So yeah, when the wolf like fully thingamadoogs. So yeah, because we weren't. Was it from this thing, the dissected drow?
Yeah, it was in his head.
Alright. Where's the rune?
Code has it.
Code?
Yeah, sorry.
But no room.
My brain no work at the moment. Sorry, what were you asking?
Come into the room.
Hang on, where are you? Yes, I'm coming.
So in this empty slot, I think you need to put in the rune they gave you.
Oh.
And then have fun with a puzzle.
Alright, let's see how quickly I can solve this. I've been fairly good with puzzles, honestly.
Where's that rune they gave me?
Top of your inventory.
Hang on, I'm not seeing it.
Rune
Type.
of the
Sort by latest.
Ah, good idea. Ah, there it is. Come.
There we go. So, Rune of the Wolf there. And then, let's see, bear, eagle, and elk.
Nicely done.
Full confession, chat, I don't know how I did that. That was just me going, oh, the tablets, and then just clicking 1, 2, 3, 4 in just a random fucking order.
Glaive.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So why does touching it give me a knot in my stomach?
So a glaive.
Brand.
What? Ow.
I have the stream open, I heard that.
What happened?
Oh, hey, a robe of summer.
Oh?
Grants resistance to cold damage.
Oh, gives, please.
Yeah, it's in the chest over. It's in the trunk. Wyvern toxin.
I mean, anything's a bit better at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And resistance to cold damage, I'm not going to say no to.
Yonk. Vase. Vase.
Oh, I gave you that glaive too. You might want it.
The Emerald Grave won't send help, even if I asked. This land is wounded and the rot is deep, but it's deep in everywhere. I can't wait for help to come, but perhaps I not face the darkness alone. Wait, what glaive?
Check your inventory. It's called Sorrow.
There we are. Nice. 1d10 and then +2.
If you hold on to it, I'll use it.
Sorrowful.
Oh, you're actually not proficient in that weapon.
Nah, because it's a martial weapon. That's why I'm using the Watcher's Guide.
You think
If
a
you hold on
monk
to it,
would
I'll
know
use it.
how to use martial weapons?
Hang on a second. Martial weapon, straw bee. There we go.
Excuse me, I need to go talk to Withers.
You're gonna
You're gonna
respec.
reclass.
I have a long sword as well. Don't forget.
Yes and no. I'm keeping the same, but I just want to put 1 point into something.
All right. Is there really nothing?
I think I might have to call it soon too, guys.
I will need to call it absolutely because tomorrow I got to go into the office. It's my turn to work on the Saturday shift, and that one I actually have to wake up and take the train and all that. So
why don't we head over to the camp then?
Yep. Head over to the camp and do a save, or do we want to do a rest and then save? So then that way we're like full health on the next stream.
Give me 2 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, give Kitty a few.
Yep. We'll give him a few. Oh god, really want to go to the bathroom as well.
Bjark.
Bjork.
Oh, I got Will and Karlak approved of me petting the dog.
Yay!
Who's a good boy? Who wants his scratchies? Who wants his scratchies?
Yeah.
So if you pet him close to some of those people, they'll actually get approval.
That's nice. That's cool.
Welcome to the League of the Lone Eye, my friend. Not to minimize the pain of Volo's
Now kick the
poking and
dog.
prodding, but I promise, you'll be used to the
No,
prosthesis
I'd
in
never
no
kick the
time.
doggy.
Besides, I find it gives one an air of mystique. No one's more intriguing than a man with one eye.
Will likes it that I have one eye.
I think that unknowable powers come with unknowable consequences. I can't say I'm not curious.
Of course, it means
But
you guys
once you've
match
taken
in
a
your feety
licking by the
pajamas.
tongue, there's no telling how deep into the abyss it might drag you.
Well, it's a shame Volo's gone, which means we don't have that dude for trading here at the camp either.
Up. Roll again.
Hang on, before you roll. Is that a charisma check?
Yes.
Now try again. I gave you friendship, didn't I?
There we go. 20. Critical success.
I'm more than a bit wary.
Cheated.
I admit.
I used inspiration. I didn't save scum or anything like that.
New dangers require new skills to vanquish them. If the tadpole must be my curse, then let the powers it grants me be the Sword Coast's blessing. I will consume what I must to make it so.
All right. Cool. Well, we've done all the talking we can with them. how are you doing with your chat with Withers? Also, hi there, Galgadio. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Welcome. Ahoy hoy.
Ahoy hoy hoo hey.
Let's see.
Let's go down to the river. To the river.
Oh, that's a passive feature. Okay. I can put, like, the Iliad thingamadiggy in there if I wanted to. So it's saying... Yeah, I'm gonna put it in that thing. There we go. And then, let's see, Concentrated Blast does that. Force Tunnel doesn't provoke attack of opportunity, so that's a class action with a 9-meter radius. Luck of the Far Realms. When you make a successful attack roll against a foe, you can change that hit into a critical hit. What? That sounds like fucking busted. And then let's see. Ability drain. Once per turn, when you make an attack roll, the attack reduces the target's corresponding ability by 1. The ability that is reduced is the same as the one used to make the attack roll. For melee weapons, it's usually strength. Ranged is dexterity, and spells is their casting ability. Psionic Backlash. When an enemy casts thingy... Suffering fall damage because of your actions, take an additional 1 to 8 psychic damage.
Hey, Code.
Yeah?
There's something on you right now.
Okay. Hang on. Well, I can't see at the moment. I'm in a chat.
And then... Shield of the Thralls around yourself or an ally. An interesting...
Alright, what was underneath me? Oh, you got an imp.
I gotta follow the Italian sausage.
Ooh, that's a spicy sausage.
The Italian sausage. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it.
Oh yeah, you've used up 2 of the worms, which means I don't get any of those benefits.
Oh, wait, you don't get these 2 things?
Nope.
Nope.
It's person bound.
I think given that this is Grant's story, we'll let him do the worms.
I thought that was a thing which was shit, because like when you explained it at first, I thought it was like whatever was dictated was like everyone else was stuck with that ability. I didn't think it was I am so sorry.
You should be. Chat, throw things at Grant.
No, don't.
Throw things at him. Throw things.
Hey, Grant.
Let him feel our pain.
Yeah.
You like my little buddy?
Cookie. Oh, did you get a chicken imp? Oh no, you got just a normal imp. I thought you had got an abyssal chicken. Oh, and they turn invisible. Neat.
And they can fly.
Nice work. Nice.
So this stays forever until it dies. It can infinitely cast invisibility, and it can fly.
Amazing.
Ah, so you've stuck primarily to Warlock this time.
Yep.
All right, that's cool. Oh, Jesus. I don't look great with dehimboed and without my shirt on. All right.
Oh, God, the shading.
Yeah, because the shading was meant for, like, you know, when there's, like, all this extra... But, yeah, it looks weird on the pecs, and then it's, like... Ugh. All right, so... long rest. Yes. And then once the long rest is done...
Oh, we got friends here.
Oh, yeah, because they are at a party. All right. So, ooh.
Might as well have a quick chat with them all.
Let's have a quick chat with Asterion. Apparently he's got something.
You know, I never pictured myself as a hero.
Oh, heavens forbid. Cookie for Bookie!
And
Cookie.
now that I'm here,
Cover them up.
I hate it. This is awful.
What a drama queen.
He is definitely Spike from Buffy.
See? Suck it up and enjoy yourself.
Enjoy myself? There's a worm in my brain. I'm surrounded by idiots, and all I've got to drink is wine that tastes like vinegar.
Speaking of that, I really need to drink my Moscato I got in the cupboard.
Takes his bottle and tries the wine. Let's give it a try.
It's a heavy, rich red. Dry and sharp.
Oh.
See what I mean? Awful.
As a vampire, it doesn't taste like anything.
Is that so much to ask?
That's the problem.
Yeah, and I'm with him. I prefer a good I prefer a good white.
Mm-hmm. What's your
or a sparkling? Also, hey Cap, how you doing?
Knowing you, it probably is.
I like a good time as much as anyone. You know, we could always make our own entertainment, darling. Get a little closer.
Not to worry.
So to speak.
I'm like approaching the end. Let me get back to you.
Having me.
But don't take
Not to worry,
See you
Strawberry.
later.
Thank you for coming along. Do you know when the people might be able to see you another time? Or when's the next time you think you might stream?
Probably hoping for next week.
Next week?
Being up and about.
That's good. Next week. Awesome. Let me give you a quick shout out so then that way people know where yous Oz and such. And hopefully see you another time.
I'm gonna go talk to Daddy Haslin.
Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good night. Alrighty, and then you're talking to Halsum right now. What do you say?
Daddy.
Go on now.
All right,
Don't
let's
waste a night
see.
like this talking to me. We'll discuss your problem tomorrow. I'm sure there are.
Are you hitting on him right now?
Resourceful.
Yes.
Right now.
Many
When I want to go to bed.
Spend time with you. I must not keep you all to myself. As enjoyable.
Look at him. Just he can't look at me. He can't look at me. He knows I'm right.
Runs dry.
No, can't look at him.
There are a lot of thirsty people around here.
I'm one of them.
Mhm.
Gimme. Aww.
All right, save the game here.
We'll continue the chat with the party later on.
We'll do it another time. Fucking. For now, though, we need to get up and out of here because I got work the next day.
Everyone seems to love Karlak. When it comes to certain characters, it's the most I've seen people hit on are Karlak, definitely Asterion. And I'd have to say the other would most likely be. I've seen a few of Haslin, but most of them it's definitely Karlak and Asterion are the main two.
Okay. Well,
and Shadow
I
Heart's
like
probably one.
Karlak because she's just like she's a big strong lady, but she's got like that that sort of fun girl energy to her. That's my reason for sticking to her.
Strong lady who knows how to have a good time.
Yes, I am not going to mince words. All right, so who do we want to go and raid? It looks like Sashera is doing some. It looks like Animal Crossing or something. Looks like Animal Crossing. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're gonna go raid into her, or see how, because that way. We're going like from a lot of energy here to some nice lower energy elsewhere. So hopefully you'll all join in with us. What is our raid message going to be? Something about D&D Night with the boys?
Maybe.
D&D Night with the boys. No girls with a U allowed.
That could be problematic, but yeah, okay.
Nah, okay, we won't. If you think it's gonna be problematic, we'll think of something else. D&D Night. Oh no, D&D Night. No girls with a Z. No. Okay, D&D Night. Roll initiative.
I think that's the best one.
Yeah, initiative. I don't know if I spelt that correctly. I love how Capri Cap is just sort of being like, no girls, no girls, like grew, girls.
Like, oh no.
Oh no. All right. Okay, we're gonna go with D&D Night. Roll initiative. All right, so that's the one we're gonna go for. Girls. We're having just so many different spellings of girls, apparently, in the chat. All right. Well, I want to say... So, okay, actually, Code. When's the next time people might be able to find you in stream and such?
Tomorrow, because I'm going to be doing some Final Fantasy 14.
Ooh, I am doing Final Fantasy 14 tomorrow. Are you doing yours in the morning?
No, I was going to do mine in the evening.
Okay, all right, okay. I have mine in the evening, and I'm going to be trying to go through Shadowbringers tomorrow. That's my plan. So you're going to be doing Final Fantasy 14 as well, then?
Yeah, I'm trying to get my Black Mage up to level 60, so I can go through the Stormblood expansion, because I want to go through as a Black Mage for that one.
Fair enough, fair enough.
So I could always use a hand leveling up.
Well, all right. Well, if I find myself awake when that happens, I might be able to help you out then.
Excellent.
So yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Code, thank you for coming along. Strawbee, thank you for coming along tonight. For D&D Night, I greatly appreciate it. Everyone else, I will see you all hopefully next time. Bye for now.
Bye.